Good morning. It's now 9:30 and time to open the additional hearing session for matter 3. Can I just check with Kelly, please, that you can see and hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming everyone else can see and hear me okay. If you can't, please raise your hand at this point and we'll move on. Okay, thank you. My name is Kevin Ward, and along with my colleague Kelly Ford, I'm appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to carry out the independent examination of the Solihull local plan. The programme officer for today for the examination is Kelly Akins, and she's in the session today. The hearing session is being streamed live on the Council's YouTube channel and is being recorded. This additional session has been arranged to allow further discussion of the housing implications of proposed jobs growth at UK Central. The focus will be on the Council's note produced after the original session on matter 3. That's document reference HD 006. And the responses submitted to it. All of those documents are on the Council's website. An agenda has been published for the session today, so hopefully everyone has the agenda in front of them. We do have a large number of participants today, so really if people can keep cameras off and microphones off. We would like the key representatives from the Council to keep cameras on if possible, and microphones muted until they speak. I will ask the key representatives from the Council to introduce themselves in a few moments. For everyone else, given the number of people, if we can just ask you to introduce yourselves the first time you speak, please. Please only speak when you're asked to do so, and we'll just have one person speaking at a time. When you are asked to speak, if you can make sure you switch your camera on and your microphone on, and then switch them off rather when you finish speaking. If you do wish to speak at any point, if you can use the hand raised facility, so hopefully you're all familiar with that. Again, given the number of participants, please bear with us. We will try to bring people in the order that you asked to speak, but please bear with us. If everyone can make sure mobile phones are on silent mode, please, for the duration of the session. We do have the whole day set aside for the session here. We will take appropriate breaks during the morning and at lunch and in the afternoon if necessary. Again, if you can turn cameras and microphones off during the breaks, but stay in the session. And please make sure you're ready to resume the session on time after any breaks. Thank you. If I could just turn to the Council then and just ask the key representatives to introduce themselves, please.
Good morning, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Gary Palmer from the Council's Planning Policy Team, and joining me today here at the Council are Mark Andrews, Head of Planning Services at the Council, and Nick Ireland from Iceni, and joining us remotely also as part of the Council's team is Giles Cannock, QC.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay. Thank you. Just before we move on to the agenda, are there any queries from anyone in terms of the format and the proceedings for the hearing session today? You do put your hand up now. Okay. And from the Council's point of view, are there any points that you wish to draw my attention to, or any procedural matters that have arisen since the last hearings?
None, sir.
No. Okay. Thank you. Okay, good. We can move on then to the agenda. As I said, hopefully all the participants today have a copy of that. This is, as I said, an additional session following on from the original session on matter 3. So we're specifically looking at the issue of unmet need and the implications for employment growth, jobs growth at UK Central, which we discussed to some extent in the original session. As I said, in the light of that, the council have helpfully produced a document to explain the situation, HD 006, and we've had a number of responses to that from participants and others in terms of making comments. So what I would, as I said, as I've set out in the agenda, what I would like to draw people's attention to is obviously the note HD 006, but also the submissions from and on behalf of Birmingham City Council HD 013, and in particular HD 014, which is again a more detailed technical note. Just on that front, the authors of that EiP, is Mr. Ireland able to talk in relation to the Birmingham City Council document, as well as any evidence produced specifically for Solihull? Can I just clarify that first of all?
Good morning, sir. Yes, I can talk to both of those notes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I was assuming so, but that's helpful to clarify. Thank you. Okay,
Sorry,
thank you.
I'm the Birmingham City Council are happy for our consultants to speak on our behalf as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dunya. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Turning to the agenda, the first issue is arisen really, I suppose, in terms of the what's in the council's note HD 006, but also some responses to that. So we just wanted to first of all deal with this issue of the definition and scope of housing need. Obviously, it's a critical point in this case. Bearing in mind the what's contained in the NPPF and the PPG on the matter. So just wanted to first of all ask the council to clarify its position in terms of, I suppose, the definition of housing need. What does that encompass, and what does it not encompass as far as the various factors are concerned? I can ask the council to clarify their position first.
Thank you, sir. I'll hand over to Mr. Ireland shortly, but I think it is just worth taking a couple of moments to set a little bit of context for the agenda, looking at housing need and the implications as we go on. And really, it's a reminder that the proposals at UK Central and the HS2 interchange aren't new. They're not a surprise inclusion in the draft submission plan. Really, that they were included in earlier versions of the draft plan, but not only that, they are seeking to put in on a statutory footing in policy terms proposals that have been long-standing. They date back, including to the UKC master plan that was produced in June 2013, the LEPS HS2 growth strategy of July 2015, the West Midlands Combined Authority Strategic Economic Plan of June 2016, and more recently the government's West Midlands Local Industrial Strategy of May 2019. And I think it's this context that the proposals aren't solely for the benefit of Solihull. They are being developed as a regional asset, and it's in that context that we suggest the matters that you've raised that we're going through today should be considered. And having made that brief introduction, I'll pass over to Nick Ireland now to talk through the first part of the housing need part of the agenda.
Thank you. Mr. Ireland, thank you.
So thank you and good morning. As set out in the council's note in HD 006, the council's starting point for this is national policy and what's set out in paragraph 61 of the framework that sets out that strategic policies should be informed by a local housing needs assessment conducted using the standard methodology set out in national planning guidance. The application of that standard method is the means through which the government seeks to boost significantly the supply of homes, And as we see it, unmet need is identified and calculated as the as a difference where this exists between a local authority's local housing need and the housing requirement within a plan. In those terms, Solihull, the council has assessed through the heading of the housing need a figure of 807 dwellings per annum. It is planning to meet that need in full, and therefore there is no unmet need which arises, and in addition it is making a contribution to unmet needs from other areas. So that's the council's position in terms of the definition and scope of unmet need in respect of UK Central specifically. As Mr. Palmer has just explained, this is a strategic employment location of national significance. As we talked through at the hearings last year, it's one of the best connected locations within the region, and contributes to the economic growth aims not just of this council but the combined authority, the LEP, and various other partners. Now, so the information within the notes identified in your agenda, HD 006 and the HD 014 relating to Birmingham, demonstrate in our view that there is no upward impact from economic growth at UK Central on the need.
Sorry, if I can just stop you, Mr. Allen, we'll come on to all of that, no doubt. But I just wanted to first of all just deal with this definition. You've made reference there to the framework, particularly paragraph 61, etc. If I can just refer you to the PPG on housing and economic needs assessments, particularly paragraph 10 of that document, which deals with the issue of when it might be appropriate to plan for a higher housing need figure than the standard method indicates. So your understanding of that that guidance there in the PPG paragraph 10, I suppose particularly the principle there of what housing need can include, and is it just always necessarily the figure that's arrived from the standard method, or are there other factors that can be added into at the housing need calculation stage in your view?
So my view is that the standard method provides a consistent starting point as is set out within that paragraph. Now, that doesn't mean that a need figure should always in the local plan equate to the requirement. There may be circumstances where a housing requirement should be set at a different level, which can include for a range of the factors set out. But this does need to be read alongside national policy, which and what's set out in the NPPF, which emphasises that the local housing need calculation be conducted using the standard method. So as we see it, this is relevant in terms of considerations in terms of what to plan for. It doesn't have any bearing on issues of unmet need in a context in which this council is meeting in full its standard method need and more.
Okay, I appreciate the distinction you make there between housing need and housing requirements. We're conscious of that, but just looking at the specific wording of paragraph 10 in the PPG, the last sentence of the first paragraph, therefore there will be circumstances where it is appropriate to consider whether actual housing need is higher than the standard method indicates. So that would suggest, would it not, that housing need can, under some circumstances, be higher than the standard method indicates. So it goes on to talk about examples, for instance, in terms of growth strategies and an authority agreeing to take on unmet need. So does the PPG not, in effect, define housing need as potentially including growth strategies and or unmet need from other authorities? So that's in the need calculation before we move on to the requirement stage. What's your view on that, Mr. Ireland?
So yes, I mean, the council has looked at some of these issues within the HEDNA, as the note HD 006 sets out. It clearly looked at economic scenarios, and set out in paragraph 15 therein. It identified that, taking account of those factors, that the housing need for Solihull was 9 dwellings higher than the base figure of 807 dwellings. So it's taken into account those factors in the evidence. But in respect of defining issues of unmet need, and unmet need, as we see it, is defined with reference to the standard method. This authority is meeting its standard method need in full and doing more, and therefore there is no unmet need which arises.
Okay, just taking those 2 points. So first of all, you would accept that the increase from 807 to 816 is the 816 figure represents need. It's not the 807 figure. I appreciate the difference is very minimal, but just as a matter of principle, you accept that the economic growth stemming from UK Central should be factored in at the need stage, and indeed the need would include that, so it would be at least the 816 figure. Just take that point first of all, Mr. Ireland.
Yes, so we agree that and the HEDNA indeed does that.
Okay. Okay, and on the second point in relation to unmet need, again referring back to the PPG, it talks about, as an example of where housing need may be higher than the standard method, the third bullet point, an authority agreeing to take on unmet need from neighbouring authorities. So in the case of Solihull, the council has agreed to take on unmet need from Birmingham. And that, in the council's view, increases the housing requirement, as it were, the housing figure to 938. Should that be regarded as the need, then, the 938 figure in the council's view?
No, so I don't think so. I think that's an issue of unmet need from another part of the housing area, that the housing market area, and it's common, I think, in examinations such as this to regard that as as a component of Birmingham's needs.
How does that sit with what's said in the PPG, though?
So I mean, as we see it, the PPG is not clearly worded in this respect. Needs to be read alongside the MPPF. And as we see it, it's helpful to make a distinction between what Solihull's need is and what a contribution to another authority's need is.
Okay, so your position is that contribution to Birmingham's needs should not be factored in to the housing need for Solihull. It's presumably your argument is that it's a factor to be taken into account when you establish the housing requirement.
Yes, indeed. So it's a factor to be taken into account in establishing the housing requirements. Clearly, sir, the contribution to needs supports workforce growth in Solihull.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. Just to give others the opportunity to come in on that specific point if you wish to. As I said, we need to stick to the agenda, but I just wanted to take any views if you had them as far as the definition of need is concerned in the light of the framework and the PPG. Any contrary views that people wish to express as far as what the need figure should include? You can put your hands up. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Mr. Kimblin, first of all. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Richard Kimblin, Council instructed for Summix. So I'm going to be extremely brief. I think that the structure of the agenda is that you're seeking to establish matters of principle first, and then turn in your second item to the debate between the parties. If that's right, I think that really what the examination is driving at should really produce very simple answers. In respect to the 3 bullet points, that the answers are no, yes, and yes. And the 2 yeses are, as a matter of principle, very clear from both paragraph 61 in the framework and the paragraph 10 you've just taken us to in the PPG, as a matter of principle. And I think that the council can say that without harming its position at all, because as we've seen from what Mr. Palmer has said and what Mr. Ireland has just said, that they strongly dispute whether or not any such need in fact comes across to Solihull. But they're not points of principle. What we would say, and it ought really, we would say, to be a matter of fairly straightforward agreement, is that as a matter of principle, those answers are very clearly no, yes, and yes. And what you haven't really had is any principled reason why those answers should not be so. But I say that, noting, of course, that the council disagrees strongly with other participants as to the merits of what those answers should be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walton.
Thank you, sir. Just to make the point in reference to the questions you were asking the council there, it's with respect to the council's understanding of how you assess housing need, as just explained, it is plainly wrong, just by reference to, as I think you were suggesting, sir, what is said in paragraph 10 of the PPG. It's absolutely plain that those bullet points are examples of where it may be appropriate to increase the housing need, and that is, of course, prior to and separate from, as the PPG says, considering how much of that can then be accommodated. So those top points you were raising, taking unmet need from a neighbouring authority as one of the 3 bullet points, is plainly an example of where it might be appropriate to increase the housing need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Sventham.
Good morning. It's James Donner. I'm using Catherine's.
Okay, you're impersonating her. Well done.
I'm doing a good job at that. From Bartmore Development Economics on behalf of David Wilson Homes, IM Land, Developments, Generator Strategic Land, and L&Q Estates. In answer to those questions, to the first bullet point, no, and obviously you've taken the examination through paragraph 10, but I thought it might be helpful to draw attention also to Oxford City Council's and the inspector's report there, where the housing need figure was determined to be 1,400 homes, which was significantly higher than the standard method figure of about 750. That, in that case, it was to do with the affordability issues there and the need to address affordable need, and that 1,400 homes was then informed the unmet need for other authorities to take account of. But I thought one interesting point was the inspector said it is not derived from a growth deal assumption, it's not policy on, and it's not rooted in circular arguments. It's fully justified by the serious housing affordability issues in Oxford and the very clear inequalities of access to housing within the city. I suppose the point is here that, you know, coming to point 2, therefore you must include housing need generated by economic growth at UK Central. The whole point being that you have to ensure that you can accommodate the workforce growth associated with that, and the number of homes it generates in Solihull, which is something that we will do next, I presume.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Walton, you still have your hand up. Did you want to speak again? Mr. Walton? Okay, I'll bring Mr. Cannick in now, please, from the council. Thank you.
I just wanted to address the context really as to why paragraph 1 of the note sought to try and address the term unmet need. And it was because if you turn to paragraph 15 of the note, it was the quote that says, the UK Central Scenario Growth C, the recommended growth scenario, results in housing need 9 dwellings per annum above the standard method under the commuting assumption set out above. There is, however, an unmet need of 379 dwellings per annum required to fill the 75% of in-commuting jobs associated with UK Central. So, I mean, I think, at least I hope and I understand that the purpose of this session was to really try and explain further that expression unmet need. And so it was, the definition was trying to understand whether that in fact is a proper use of the term, and we go on to say in paragraph 16 and 17 that it's not a proper use of the term. In terms of the discussions that you've had this morning, and notwithstanding what Mr. Walton has said, I don't think that there is a difference, or certainly a substantive difference, between any of the parties that have made representation. So the first step is standard method. We all agree that. The second point is it can be, and it is here, appropriate for some form of economic uplift applying the PPG in paragraph 10. And it's quite clear from paragraph 15, as Mr. Ireland has explained, that that is precisely what the council has done. A UKC scenario, growth C, with an uplift of 9 dwellings per annum. So as a matter of principle, there's not an issue. The point then is, we don't consider that the 379 dwellings should form part of that economic uplift, which assists in deriving the SMBC housing need figure. And we can look at that because we're going to look at the 25%, 75% split. What we're then told is it's appropriate to look at the unmet needs from other authorities. And one needs to just have a slight care in response to Mr. Walton's points, because this is guidance. The courts deprecate trying to interpret these sentences too precisely, but it says this will be assessed prior to and separate from considering how much of the overall need can be accommodated. Circumstances where this may be appropriate include, but are not limited to, and we then get an authority agreeing to take on unmet need from neighbouring authorities. And respectfully, Mr. Ireland is correct to say it's not clear. But our reading of that as a whole is to say that is a local authority agreeing to take on a proportion of an unmet need from a neighbouring authority, i.e. it is their need. But it then forms a component of the overall housing requirement. It doesn't form part of SMBC's need, but it forms part of the housing requirement. But sir, respectfully, I say it's a distinction without a difference as to whether it's SMBC's need or part of the housing requirement, because we've done it anyway, as it were. So I don't think respectfully you need to get too hung up on it, but if we're pushed on it, we say it's not a component of our need. And that is made quite plain, we say, from paragraph 3 of our note, where I think the denouement of our policy explanation is unmet need is the shortfall between a local authority's local housing need, plus whatever economic uplift may be required, and the housing requirement. And what we are saying is there is, in that context, no unmet need, because the 379 is not a component of our housing need, because it's related to the 75% which relate to other authorities. So I trust that helps.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Pollard.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Pollard, Turley for Summix. I trust you can hear me okay.
I can, yes. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think very helpful, and I don't want to add much or distract from the points of principle being agreed. I guess it's a helpful explanation you just had there from the council and others in terms of those different circumstances. And you could argue the reason the guidance lists them as circumstances is they do have a bearing on one another. So for argument's sake, if an authority is making an accommodation of unmet need, as the notes that the council have prepared, that has a bearing on the extent to which it can support additional growth beyond the demographic trends, which is where the PPG starts off from. So I think it is, all aspects of them are part of the need prior to you getting to requirement, because they have a bearing on one another. So for as a point of explanation, for argument's sake, if an authority was accommodating a large piece of strategic infrastructure which was going to generate lots of jobs, and it's agreed that creates an additional need, that needs to be considered in the context of the amount of additional need it's accommodating from elsewhere, because those, as I think as the council itself makes the point, those people will be able to support that employment. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but as part of your agenda, that's an important point of principle, because then you can consider the two elements separately, but recognise that they have a bearing on one another as well when you get to the ultimate end of what is the need and how does the requirement relate. I hope that helps.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, unless there are any other points anyone wishes to make in relation to item 1, we'll move on to item 2. Anyone else wishing to make any points? No. Okay, so yeah, we move on, I suppose, to the crux of the session today, which is relating to the implications of additional job growth forecast at UK Central, i.e. above baseline growth. So I appreciate we went through this in the previous session, but it'd be useful just for the council briefly, perhaps Mr. Ireland would take this on, but just an explanation really of, first of all, the estimates of approximately 25% of that additional jobs growth and workforce coming from Solihull, and therefore 75% coming from elsewhere. So this goes back to the HEDNAR document itself and the explanation in terms of commuting patterns, etc. So it's in the context of an assessment of baseline jobs growth, and then, as we know, the estimates of additional job growth on top of that coming from UK Central, which is in the order of 13,000 additional jobs above baseline. So the council, Mr. Ireland, perhaps just to remind us in terms of the thinking behind that split of 25%, 75%. Thank you.
So thank you. I'll try and summarise this, because we did spend a level of time talking about this at the last hearing on these matters. But essentially, the basis of it is that UK Central is a strategic employment location of national significance. And and it's one which has always been envisaged to have almost trans-jurisdictional impacts. It will draw on a sub-regional labour market, and that relates to both its location and its connectivity. Fundamentally, this is going to be one of the best connected. This is already one of the best located and best connected areas within the region, and there is transport investment in terms of the Sprint rapid bus service and the extension of the tram system that will further enhance that. So you'll remember from the debate we had last time that essentially, if you look at its location, it's within the northern part of this authority's area, sits as close to parts of East Birmingham as it does to other parts of Solihull. And we talked about essentially a clock face, and the position that really a location such as that can be expected to draw a workforce from a range of areas right round a clock face. So that's the context. In terms of the specific assumption of 25% of the workforce being drawn from Solihull, which is set out in the Headner in table 34. So this is a location which is expected to see further jobs growth, but already has a concentration of employment within it. Includes the NEC, Birmingham Airport, Jaguar Land Rover, and so forth. And so what the Headner did was to look at the existing empirical evidence regarding where people who work in that area live. That's what table 34 in the Headner sets out, and what is shown in table 35, which very much demonstrates that the accessibility of this area means it draws labour from across a wider sub-region. The assumption made within the Headner is essentially moving forwards, a similar distribution of workforce will persist, will continue relative to the empirical that empirical evidence of existing travel patterns and existing commuting patterns to that location. So that's the basis of the specific assumptions made within that within the Headner itself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. So just in terms of the actual figures, again, this is stuff we went through, but just useful to give everyone the context here. So your estimates of the additional job growth because of UK Central are 12,998. Applying the 25.3% to that gives us the figure of 3288. And then you've factored in an allowance for double jobbing. So we end up, as far as jobs growth that Solihull residents would need to accommodate will be 3188. Just to confirm that first of all, Mr. Island, that's the figure we're looking at as far as the jobs growth envisaged to come from Solihull itself. 3188 in table 35.
Yes, sir, as far as relates to that 816 scenario that derives from those calculations.
Yeah. Okay. So the implication of that then, in terms of the additional the jobs growth, which would not be met by residents of Solihull, presumably we do well, maybe it's not a simple calculation, but we would take the 12,998 and apply approximately the 75% figure to that, which I'm not sure on the exact figure, but it's in the order of 9,000 odd jobs, which would be filled by people living elsewhere. Just to confirm that point.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Before we move on, are there any other participants who wish to make any points about this principle, the 25%, 75% split? Yeah, Mr. Donner, I'm assuming. Yep.
Yes, thank you, sir. The problem with a focus on 25%, 75% splits is it ignores the commuting ratio that the Hedner uses to calculate the relationship between jobs and homes, which is very carefully set out on page 85 of the Hedner, and it goes into.
Your audio is very faint. Is it possible to? I don't know how you might do that. Increase the volume at all.
I can do that. I think is that any better? I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure where the.
That's much better now. Yeah.
I didn't. Yes, sorry. The microphone was miles away. I didn't realise.
That's okay.
Apologies.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the problem with the focus on the 75%, 25% is it ignores the commuting ratio that was very carefully considered in the Hedner as the basis for calculating the relationship between jobs, workforce growth and homes. And that's set out on page 85 of the Hedner. And that takes you through the number of people who live and work in the local authorities, home workers, no fixed place workplace, in commuting, out commuting, total people working in the local authority, total living in the authority, from which a commuting ratio is derived of 0.98. So almost a one-to-one relationship between jobs and homes, which isn't telling you that every job you create will be filled by someone living in Solihull. It's telling you that when you take into account people who work in Solihull and people who work elsewhere, the ratio is about 1-to-1. The focus then on what proportion of residents will work in UK Central just looks at half the story. It's the equivalent of reducing that commuting ratio of 0.98 to 0.38. And what confuses me is that the Hedner starts by using the commuting ratio, which it says is the best available evidence on commuting patterns. It applies that to the baseline. It applies that to a growth scenario to get a dwelling per annum figure of 908. But then when it addresses UK Central, the 23,000 jobs, then it changes completely, and that is completely inconsistent, and it ignores where residents work. It ignores that side of the calculation completely, because you can't assume that that all the homes will be taken up. You only need to build homes that will be taken up by Solihull residents working in Solihull. You have to assume that those commuting patterns of people moving between districts to work will continue. There's no basis to do otherwise. So it is undercooking the need for the additional number of homes, and it's doing so by a considerable number. And I think that is what leads the Hedner to start talking about unmet need of 379 dwellings, because it's the 379 dwellings that their usual calculation using the proper commuting ratio would have arrived at, in addition to the 816. So you're looking at over 1,000 homes needed when you address housing need in a consistent fashion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pollard.
It's too difficult to.
Thank you, sir. And just building from James's position then, I think that the point is that this is the point we tried to make last time and through our submissions this time. If the assumption is that those commuting rates aren't continuing, as Mr. Donner says, essentially, and that is the assumption here, that's when it becomes a matter beyond the evidence base and into a need for an understanding of implications with other authorities. And I think, to be fair to the headner, it's perfectly clear on that. I think it's paragraph 6.36, where it says that using the localized census-based approach is considered a reasonable and robust first step in approaching duty to cooperate discussions. And I think that this is the point, because it's aware that it's making a different assumption around commuting that has implications outside of Solihull. It presents that quite rightly with the caveat or the warning, should we say, of how it should be treated. And I think it only works, therefore, when there's a recognition that there'll be those 379 homes that are generated will be accommodated somewhere. And I think then it comes into other points of your agenda. We need to be comfortable that they can be accommodated elsewhere, especially where it now seems that the onus is being very much placed on Birmingham. And we know there's been long-standing issues there in terms of the extent to which it can accommodate its needs. And if it's not Birmingham, and we have some lack of confidence that it is, then it has an impact on other authorities, and hence why it's spanned. Whilst it's a fairly basic assumption, it has quite far-reaching consequences, whether it's a right or wrong assumption, that I think hopefully we'll be able to carry on discussing through the rest of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have someone else to speak there. The name is just referred to as John. I'm not quite sure who John might be, but if you can come in, please. Whoever's put themselves down as John.
So I think that must be me. It's John Kirby from Lichfields on behalf of St Phillips and Taylor Wimpey. I'm not quite sure why it just says John on my screen, so apologies for that one.
That's okay, no problem.
So mine was a point that was building on comments made by the other speakers, and I think firstly just to start from the MPPF para 60 sets out that to support the government's objectives, significantly boosting the supply of housing, it's important that sufficient variety of homes can come forward where it's needed. I think that is a critical point here, which is also picked up interestingly at para 6.44 within the headner, which builds on the acknowledgement of an unmet need of 379 dwellings, and sets out that the council should, as far as possible, strive to achieve the delivery of new housing where jobs are to reduce the mismatch between the location of new houses and jobs in Solihull, and goes on to set out that the council should work through duty to cooperate to ensure there is enough housing to be met. So the proposition we have is that the council are suggesting that the existing patterns of commuting are acceptable and should continue, and yet that seems to fly entirely in the face of the government's proposition that houses should be provided where they're needed to support economic growth. So the implication here is that we have a position that's put forward by the council that's going to have a direct impact on patterns of travel. And yes, some people may choose to travel in a sustainable manner, but others may choose to drive. And that has implications for overall patterns of sustainability. But if we look at the impact on housing, on the need of people that require housing, well, if we look at Solihull, there's an affordability ratio of 9.31. If we compare that to just 3 of the local authority areas where commuting is derived from, the top 3, Birmingham, affordability ratio of 5.58, Coventry, affordability ratio of 5.69, North Warwickshire 7.8. So if you put all of that together, it's not surprising that there are people having to commute into Solihull to work, because simply there is a massive issue around affordability within the borough, and that's derived from the level of housing that is available, and consequently, you know, that proposition will simply be made worse by the suggestion that levels of commuting for workers at UKC will simply continue in the current format. So I'd simply put it, if you're going to propose to deliver a significant piece of infrastructure such as UKC, then there should at least be provision for some housing to meet those needs.
Thank you. Mrs. Williams, please.
Good morning. I'm here as a local resident and promoter of Site 127. I just had a question really, which is whether there has been consideration of the skill set required for the new employment jobs at UKC and how that compares with the skill set of those who are employed in the current employers such as the airport and Jaguar Land Rover and so on, and whether that would be therefore a reasonable assumption to draw in terms of commuting patterns as to who would be filling those jobs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a specific point I was going to come on to. Well, next point on the agenda really, but we'll come back to that in due course. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Austin Fell.
Good morning, sir. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can, yep.
Thank you. It's Cameron Austin Fell from RPS here today on behalf of Red Row. I don't wish to kind of go over the points already made by those already in respect of commuting rates, but I think it's important here to understand the sequence in which the assumptions on the basis of the headnote have been made and how they should be taken into account. We've already heard that there has been an adjustment made to the scenario reflecting the commuting ratio and how that has then been translated into the number of jobs assumed here. And so if you look to para 6.41 of the headnote, we can see that this adjusted scenario on the council's own basis notes that it will draw more workers from outside the borough than is based in the council's own evidence in the centres. However, there is justification for this. Now, so the justification isn't actually then elaborated on. It's some explanation I assume the council has, but it all comes down to the sequence in which you should consider it. And this goes back to paragraph 10 of the MPPG that we looked at before, and the order in which you should take it. Now, quite clearly, we're looking at the standard method first and foremost. That is the minimum starting point. And then we know from paragraph 10 that you look at those additional factors that might look to increase the housing need, including factors such as employment and an unmet need. And then you look at factors which may constrain the ability to meet that need. That is the sort of three-step approach you should take it. But it appears to me, sir, that the adjustment to the commuting ratio is making that adjustment as part of this process rather than applying it as it should do in a consistent way, as Mr. Donner has referred to. So that embedded adjustment is distorting the view about overall jobs that would be expected from this development. I think as it stands, and drawing on the views of Mr. Kirby, what we're sort of left with here is a sort of situation where we're looking to perpetuate commuting rates in the 2011 census, but perhaps what we should be doing is trying to improve the situation that already stands. We should not really be looking to do, as the council suggests at para 6.41, to draw more workers in from the district, but to try and meet that growth in a sustainably related way, best met in the borough, sir, as I'm sure we can come on to later on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think one of the representatives from the council wishes to speak. I'm not quite sure who it is, maybe Mr. Ireland or someone else from the council.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to make a small point and then invite Mr. Ireland to say a little bit more. I think I want to really reiterate what we said in the introduction to this session, that we're looking at proposals that are of regional, indeed national significance, and they're not proposals that are being brought forward solely for the benefit of Solihull. It's not the intention that all of the jobs created at UK Central would be expected to be filled from Solihull residents. It's a facility, as we say, that is having that wider benefits. And I think in a little bit more detail, I think Mr. Ireland is going to talk through a little bit more about the locational specifics of the area.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ireland.
So thank you. I mean, I think the fundamental point here is that what you've heard from a number of participants just now is that the assumption that should be made is that, you know, basically that all of the jobs created at UK Central, the majority of the vast majority of jobs created at UK Central should be taken up by Solihull residents. So frankly, that's not a credible proposition as we see it. It doesn't reflect where the site is in the north of the borough. It doesn't reflect its accessibility. And it doesn't reflect the wider strategic planning context within which we sit. The suggestion there that's been put to you is that the majority of jobs, almost all the jobs, would come from a quarter of the clock face. That's not realistic. And if I can just pick out one particular point in the note submitted alongside Birmingham's representations, so HD 014. So in paragraphs 14 to 16, within that, you get some of the indication about what else is going on at a sub-regional level related to UK Central. There are major transport improvements, an extension of a metro link and sprint bus services, which are being delivered to support growth at this location. Now, the intention of doing that is that people will use those transport services. And that means that the workforce will in part be drawn from areas within Birmingham, in East Birmingham, as well as Solihull, which those transport services serve. That's not unsustainable. That's allowing people in areas of multiple deprivation to access employment opportunities. And so that's exactly what the inclusive growth strategy which Birmingham City Council has developed for East Birmingham is trying to achieve. Birmingham City Council's inclusive growth strategy sees HS2 and the strategic development at the UK Central Hub and at Arden Cross as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for East Birmingham. It includes a framework and actions, as set out in paragraph 16 of the note, for investment in education, skills and training to enable residents within that area to access the opportunities which are created. And there is essentially a concentration of funding that's being put that's being invested in that area to enable that. These kind of considerations just are not picked up by an approach that looks at seeking to replicate a 0.98 or 1 commuting ratio, which would see essentially the workforce drawn entirely from Solihull.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Donner.
Thank you, sir. No, I think Mr. Ireland misunderstands me. I am not saying all or the greater part of jobs in UK Central would be taken up by residents of Solihull. I'm saying less than half would be, 38%, which is the percentage of jobs in Solihull taken by Solihull residents within that commuting ratio of 0.98. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And set within that is the fact that 25% of residents of UK Central would be expected to take jobs there too. But as I said to you earlier, sir, and Mr. Ireland seems to have forgotten because it's in his own headner, that commuting ratio 0.98 takes into account all factors: in commuting, out commuting, the fact that people will live in those homes who work elsewhere, etc. And it's the only proper evidence, sound evidence that we have in front of us to tell us what the commuting ratio should be. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Kirby, you have your hand up again.
So I think that was a hangover from previous.
That's okay. No problem. Okay. And representative from Marins, I'm not quite sure who that individual is, but if you wish to speak now, thank you.
Good morning, sir. It's Gary Stevens from Marins Planning, acting on behalf of Rainier Developments and IM Properties. Just a small point, sir, in terms of the discussion. The strategy obviously needs to be sound. That's a question you've been asked to look at, and needs to be consistent with national policy and contribute towards sustainable development and contribute towards a sustainable pattern of development, which is set out in paragraph 11A of the framework. It doesn't seem, whilst we recognise clearly that this site is very well related to Birmingham and Coventry and sustainable transport connections that could enable that to be seen as a sustainable pattern of development. Quite significant numbers of people that work in UK Central live in other areas far beyond Solihull, and the references table 34 of the headnote, which sets out the local authorities that provide or have provided workers towards it, and some 25-30% of those workers come from areas far further away than Solihull, Lichfield, Stratford, Redditch, Warwick, Bromsgrove, Nuneaton. Yeah, that isn't a sustainable strategy to say that those commuting patterns should be maintained going forward. That's the point, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, unless we have any other points specifically on those commuting ratios, etc., we'll move on to the specific issue about the situation with unemployment in other areas, particularly Birmingham and the Black Country, the capacity there to absorb jobs growth without the upward pressure on housing need. So just going back to the point I raised with Mr. Ireland, if we assume approximately 75% of those additional jobs would be filled by non-Solihull residents, we're looking at a figure of in excess of 9,000 additional jobs, which presumably will need to be filled by some people somewhere. So if we can take that as a starting point and just get the council, and it perhaps does overlap into HD 014, where there's some more in-depth analysis. So I'm happy to kind of flip between that document and HD 006. Presumably Mr. Ireland can take the lead on this, but just wanted to get your assessment of how the additional job growth for UK Central, which is expected to be filled by non-Solihull residents, how that fits with the situation regarding unemployment. First of all, we'll come on to other issues in terms of other factors which might increase the labour supply. But if we just stick with the unemployment situation first of all, Mr. Ireland, it's just the background to that.
So thank you. So if I start in HD 006, and I think on page 7 with the plan. And so that the plan gives you a quite clear sort of spatial assessment of where unemployment is concentrated. And I think I'd broadly summarise that as unemployment is concentrated in the conurbation. So Birmingham, parts of North Solihull, and the Black Country are the areas which see which see a concentration of unemployment, and that includes within East Birmingham. And so what we've looked at specifically is the relationship between jobs growth in those areas in Birmingham, the Black Country, and the interrelationship between that and growth in labour supply. And that's what the note HD 014 does for Birmingham. And so you see a similar analysis looking at the Black Country's evidence base. In HD 006 in paragraphs 39 and 40. And so if I start with Birmingham HD 14, what that does is it looks at the growth that we might expect in labour supply through a combination of population growth and the potential to reduce unemployment, and it compares that with what growth in jobs you might expect within those areas. And so you can see the balance broadly between jobs growth and labour demand and growth in labour supply. That generates, as we see it, a pool of potential surplus labour for which jobs need to be found, and shows that where that surplus labour exists, that can accommodate employment growth with no upside impact on housing need. So that's what an HD 14 works those issues through for Birmingham. It looks at the change in the population who will be economically active over the plan period for the BDP for the Birmingham's plan to 2040. That's set out in Table 1, both for the housing need as assessed in the BDP and for the current standard method figures. So you then see an analysis of unemployment and the potential to reduce unemployment, and then that's compared against the growth in jobs. Two scenarios: a baseline, a trend-based projection, and a growth scenario which considers the potential for stronger performance of a range of sectors, as set out at paragraph 21, manufacturing, construction, some business services, city centre based activities, informed by economic analysis combined with discussions with the Chamber of Commerce, the West Midlands Growth Company, Combined Authority, the LEP, and so forth. So you see a set of parameters for employment growth set out in Table 4 between broadly 44 and 82.
Mr. Island, sorry, can I just stop you? We'll come on to other factors. I want to go through those in detail, but if we can just focus first of all on the unemployment situation, just the background to the figures that are included there. Essentially, I suppose the rationale for the conclusions that there is scope to see a reduction in unemployment. I mean, we're focusing on Birmingham, but if we take that first of all, just the basis for your conclusions that there is significant scope to reduce unemployment in Birmingham. Let's take that point specifically first, yeah. What's the basis for that?
Yes, sir. So the forecasts used have a 2020 base date. They look at employment growth from that period forwards, and then you need to compare that with labour supply over a consistent period, And there are essentially two components looking at labour supply. One is the potential to reduce unemployment, and the second is the growth in population and the workforce growth that might support. Looking specifically at the unemployment, we've therefore looked at, in the Birmingham note, for instance, the unemployment position at the base date in 2020, and made an assumption that unemployment can fall back can reduce essentially back towards a long-term average rate. And that contributes to the potential labour supply growth set out.
So
potential labour supply set out.
Yeah. So am I correct in thinking that table 2 of the HD 014, when it talks about reduction in unemployment, 36,700, that's the fall from the unemployment level of mid-2020 back down to the longer term pre-pandemic average of 5.8%. So that gives us that 36,700. Is that correct, first of all?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah. What's your response to the point raised by some participants and people who commented on the documents that if you take mid 2020, there's a significant effect there from COVID and the restrictions and the effect on the economy that were in place at the time. So we're talking about an artificially high level of unemployment, which has already seen reductions, as it were. So is it correct to use that as a starting point, as it were, to see what the pool of labour is?
So yes, sir, we think it is, because obviously you both see changes in unemployment, and you see changes in employment numbers and job creation, and so the unemployment drops as job creation occurs, and equally, yeah, if we look at, for instance, a base position in 2020 relative to previous years, for instance, a 2018 position, will have seen a drop in employment levels there. So that first, almost if you take the start point, which the Solihull Hedner does in 2020 relative to, for instance, 2018, you see a greater jobs growth because you're starting at a lower point, employment having dropped 2018 to 20. But you also see higher unemployment that can contribute to it. So it's important that we're consistent, I think, on both sides, and that's the point about having a consistent base position. You can't, I think, look up at the employment numbers and the unemployment on a different basis.
Okay, I just spoke the principle, I suppose, of again, if I've read this correctly, the base position of mid 2020 being an unemployment rate of 10.8%, long-term pre-pandemic average level of 5.8%. Do you not accept the point that that there will be hopefully there will be a significant reduction in that unemployment level as the economy recovers and as restrictions were removed, etc., in terms of COVID. So there's a view, and you may or may not agree with it, but there's a view that pool of labour will be soaked up from other purposes. So it's not genuinely going to be available to provide a labour force for UK Central. What's your take on that?
So the fundamental point is that reduction in unemployment is contributing to delivering the jobs growth figures. So alongside that reduction in unemployment since 2020, we've seen an economic recovery and job creation, which is supporting that reduction, sir, in unemployment, but is also contributing to meeting essentially the forecasts of jobs growth over the plan period.
Okay. Okay, I'll bring others in on that particular point. Mr. Pollard, first of all.
Sorry, sir. May I defer first to Richard Kimblin, and then I'll follow up
Yeah,
from him if
okay.
that's okay. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Kimblin.
Sorry, I'm going to be very brief to just try and organise our contribution in respect of this particular question. But I think that we have 3 points to make which are particularly germane to what's been said already, and they go really to the issues of the claimant count data and the COVID question, firstly. Secondly, to try and understand the relationship, so far as the council explains it, between what's said in the HEDNA in respect of the unemployment and what is said in respect of the ICNI document HD 14. And thirdly, to have a look at vacancies to see how that helps us with the similar question. I think those are the 3 points that we'd like to just pick up at this point and leave over 2 further points which go to skills, which has already been raised by another participant, and the extent of jobs growth. I think that might come up a bit later. So if that's convenient to you, we'll just deal with those 3.
Yep, please, yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I think on the point, I think hopefully we've raised this through our written submissions, but I thought it'd be helpful just to add a bit of explanation, and also just in context of the response from the council there. I think I'm completely on board with the principle of consistency, and I can understand the points being made around a consistent base date being used, where that is, the equation is both jobs generated and those coming back into the labour force. Our fundamental concern, and I think it is a concern, is that the information on unemployment being used here isn't representative, not just because of the timing of it, but because of the data set. So the key point being that we understand, and it isn't explicitly stated, that this is using claimant count data in HD 0014 and HD 006, which we don't think is a reliable measure. I'll give you a couple of reasons why that is the case. We believe that generally the ONS produces official model-based estimates which capture all people aged 16 plus without a job who are available to start work or in the 2 weeks following interview are waiting to start a job they already attained. So it's a recognised one which is consistently accepted and internationally defined, and that comes from the labour force survey / annual population survey, and is readily available. In contrast, we believe the claimant count data being used is only for residents aged 16 to 64, and it's also a count of those claiming a related benefit. And that's particularly pertinent when you consider the timing of the data being used. It must be recognised that at the time in 2020, there were people who were employed but on less hours, furloughed or on reduced wages, which could in parallel claim financial support and therefore be classified as a claimant but not unemployed. I.e., they had a job, they potentially were doing part of the job, but were counted as a claimant. Point for consistency, well, they are not part of an equation from a supply perspective that can be offset against future jobs because they're already employed. And it might be worth asking the council to provide confirmation of this in terms of the data. But my view is when you're using the unemployment data from the ONS and that from the annual population survey, labour force survey, that doesn't show the same spike in unemployment that the claimant count does. It shows Birmingham actually having and Solihull, pretty stagnant, stable level of unemployment, exactly what the government intended through its interventions. Indeed, those rates of unemployment are at levels that have been consistently well below those over the last 10, 12 years or so. Because as we've recovered from the Great Recession in 2008, unemployment has been comparatively low. And one observation I would make, and again, through you, I'd seek clarification from the council, but figure 32 of the HEDNA, which was also produced in October 2020, so it's not that old, includes unemployment data that they use in the model, and its source is stated as the annual population survey. Now, I'm assuming that is not claimant count data has now been used in the Birmingham note. And so it'd be useful to understand why we're now using claimant count data rather than that recognised source of data. guess it's also pertinent when looking at the HEDNA itself that taking, and we've referenced to figure 32, paragraph 6.12 of the HEDNA confirms that the approach taken in Solihull to modelling was to assume that the number of people that are unemployed in Solihull remains the same moving forward to 2036. This means that the proportion of people who are unemployed would be projected to decrease very slightly. It also proceeds at 6.13 to say why they've done that. And that is, while the reality is that some improvements to unemployment would be made given the increased numbers of jobs, it is not possible to accurately predict to what extent. Furthermore, for Solihull, the unemployment rates are already very low, in which case further improvements may not be possible. I would, again, it's a question, but why is that logic not applied to Birmingham, where the same data would, I believe, suggest that the unemployment rates, yes, higher than Solihull, but have remained relatively consistent over time, and are certainly not at a level which is fundamentally higher than that been seen more recently. The concern I have that if you apply the same approach as you've applied in the Solihull HEDNA, the 36,700 so-called unemployed people at figure table 2 of HD 0014 cannot be viewed, using the HEDNA's own wordings, as a labour force that can be justifiably or reasonably expected to absorb jobs in the immediate future, or certainly in the longer future even more so. So I think those are the key points on the data sets. I think it just to make sure that you're comfortable with the information that's been presented is consistent. I think that's flagged in your agenda item. And then linked to that, as Mr. Kimblin has said, it needs to be viewed at the moment in the reality. We're a few more months down the line, but there's always a data lag, but you don't have to look very far to see pieces of articles in the papers around issues around an insufficient pool of labour, supply of labour to undertake jobs. Now, vacancy is recorded at a national level, but it's running at a rate which is higher than it was pre-pandemic. I fail to see where Birmingham is one of the key contributors to the national economy as something which is significantly at odds, particularly noting that some of the sectors in which those vacancies have been reported as significantly high, such as logistics, transport, warehousing, all those kind of jobs are quite prevalent in this locality. So hopefully that, again, that assists in terms of your direct questions, sir.
Thank you. If I can just bring Mr. Island back in just to deal with some points raised there, Mr. Island, if you're still there. Yeah, just again, if you could just explain for us the issue of consistency between the HEDNA and the more recent documents, as far as, I suppose, first of all, the data source for unemployed statistics. Is it correct to say that was using the annual population survey rather than claimant count? And I suppose on a more general principle, the reference in the HEDNA to the assumption that unemployment remains the same. Just if you could deal with those two particular points first, Mr. Island.
So yes, I'll do my best. With the obvious caveat, so that I wasn't involved in the preparation of the HEDNA. I didn't work for GL Hearn at that point.
Okay.
So I will do my best based on the information I have. I think dealing with the different data sources. So yes, there are different data sources that provide information on unemployment. The claimant count is a measure of people claiming benefits, principally for the reason of being unemployed, based on administrative data from the benefit system. So it's based on actual people claiming benefits. The difference when you look at sources such as the annual population survey or labour force survey is those are based on sort of periodic samples of a relatively small sample of the population and averaged over the previous a year's period, as it were. So it's entirely reasonable to see a difference in the data, as to what unemployment might be at the base date mid 2020 between those two sources. One is a point in time assessment based on actual data of people claiming benefits, and the other is a survey of a small proportion of the population over the previous year, which would have stretched right back to mid 2019. So they are two different sources. There are reasons for the differences between them in those terms. There's a time lag and a survey-based component, which means that, in our view, the labour force survey or the annual population survey data just isn't catching up with current, isn't accurate in terms of its ability to measure current trends and the position at the base date. So that's the difference between them in terms of the data sources there. Thank you.
Okay, just following on then. I appreciate what you say about not being the author of the HEDNR, but you're the only person we have available today to talk about it. But just in terms of the basis for the HEDNR itself, paragraph 6.12 makes a statement that methodology assumes that the number of people unemployed in Solihull remains the same moving forward. So that would not appear to factor in any reduction from whatever base point was used to that extent. And again, it does refer to data from the annual population survey. So I suppose in terms of a point of consistency between the analysis in the HEDNR and the later analysis, you'd accept there's a difference there, would you, Mr. Ireland?
So yes, there's a difference, but the table that sits below that, figure 32, includes data that only runs to 2019. Yep. So isn't capturing, so, an up-to-date position at the base date, and feasibly is an issue of the timing of this study. Much of the analysis was probably undertaken, late 2019 when that was the available data.
So again, Mr. Ireland, doesn't that suggest that it probably, in terms of looking at the implications of the HEDNR, it will be inappropriate to then specifically factor in what many people would feel is an artificially high unemployment rate as of 2020, 2021 even?
So no, I mean, we need to bear in mind, one, a distinction between geographies. One study is looking at Solihull, another note is looking at Birmingham. There is a distinction between the geographies, so we are looking at, and for the reasons I've explained, the important point is about looking at a consistent base position, as Mr. Pollard has agreed, and looking at the job creation from that base position, but then also the potential to reduce unemployment from that base position, having regard to what it is at that point in 2020. Because invariably, a proportion of jobs growth over a planned period, if you start the planned period in 2020, can be accommodated without drawing additional people into the area, because of the available labour that already exists there. And in the context that we're looking at, where we are looking at, I suppose ultimately questions about additional land and green belt. Now, it is appropriate to consider what potential there is to support jobs growth through bringing people back into work.
Indeed, I think it's just this point that if you take the data from mid-2020, which is in the HD 014 document, it gives an unemployment rate of 10.8%, and that compares to average pre-pandemic percentage of 5.8%. So the point being made is that that the difference between those two is not actually providing a labour force, because it was an artificially high percentage. I mean, notwithstanding the point about what the claimant count actually includes, I'll come on to that in a moment perhaps, but just that principle that you've got an estimate there of a pool of labour from a reduction in unemployment from perhaps an artificially high level to a more typical level. And is that an appropriate thing to do, I suppose, in principle?
So yes, for the reasons that if you, for instance, look at the Birmingham note,
yep,
and look at table 4.
Yep.
Now, table 4, so is looking at the jobs numbers from 2020 moving forwards.
Yep.
But so my point is that those jobs numbers are starting from a position which is lower, and therefore the growth over the plan period is higher because of where that start point is. If you were to start in 2018, you would see less jobs growth and less unemployment. And so the point is about the consistency of the periods that we're looking at.
Okay.
So yes, so part of the we are seeing reductions and have seen reductions in unemployment from 2020 to where we are now. But so equally, those reductions in unemployment are accommodating some of that jobs growth that's identified over the plan period. So the point is a consistent position in terms of the timeframes you're looking at.
Okay. Just going back to the data on unemployment, the point Mr. Pollard made about the relative merits of using the claimant count or ONS data. In terms of the claimant count, his point that under the circumstances of COVID and furlough, etc., there were a group of people who were classed in that figure, who were not actually unemployed, as it were. They were claiming, making claims, but they were still in employment. So once that claiming ceased, that there would not be a pool of labour to take up new jobs because they already had jobs. What's your response to that?
So my response is simply this is a standard ONS measure that ONS itself identifies as principally being related to people in unemployment. And for the reasons that I've described around timings and the survey nature of other data sources, we think it is a better baseline to use for those those purposes. So I don't agree with Mr. Pollard's commentary in those terms.
Okay, it's not the data source that was used in the HEDNAR, though, was it?
No, sir, but for the reasons I've explained, we consider that it provides a more accurate and up-to-date picture.
And again, sorry to labour the point, but you don't accept the premise that that potential pool of labour that's referred to, 36,700, would in fact include perhaps a significant number of people that were not actually unemployed in the traditional sense, that they had jobs, but they were claiming benefits, making claims because of the particular COVID situation that they're in. You genuinely think that is a total pool of labour that is realistic to factor in?
Yes, sir. We think it's a potential pool of labour, as you described.
Thank you. Okay. If I can bring Mrs. Cooper in, please, Sheila Cooper.
Can you hear me, sir?
I can, yes, thank you. Morning, Mrs. Cooper.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you, yep.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Mrs. Cooper, can you hear me?
Hello?
Okay, can I just check if anyone else can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mrs. Cooper, can you hear me? It may be a problem with Mrs. Cooper hearing us.
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mrs. Cooper. Can you hear us?
Doesn't appear so. Try once more. Mrs. Cooper, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Cooper, can you hear me now?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Oh, hi. Sorry about this. I'm having problems. There has been very little comment on the changes in working patterns, job creation and commuting, clearly caused by the pandemic. The assumptions appear to be by everybody that working patterns, job creation and commuting will return to pre-pandemic levels. Surely it is inappropriate to not at least consider working patterns have forever changed. The airport, for instance, and clearly SMBC are aware as stakeholders of this, has been placed in a precarious position by the pandemic and is considering restructuring. Many people with highly important jobs are also now working from home several days a week. Is it therefore, by not taking this into consideration, making what we're discussing this morning unsound? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Okay, Mr. Donner. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I just, Mr. Ireland made a point that if there has been a spike in unemployment, then the job growth that they're forecasting would be absorbed by that. But I think that's a misleading position, because in reality, there's been a sharp fall in economic activity and a pretty sharp rebound in economic activity during the pandemic. And so what you're actually seeing is you're just getting back to where you started. You're not contributing to growth. You're putting people back into the jobs that they had to leave for various reasons. So I think that is misleading. I think use of the claimant count is okay. It's a helpful snapshot, but it's heavily caveated data. Universal credit is contributing to the figures being higher than they might otherwise be, even if labour market conditions remain unchanged. And that's what ONS NOMIS say about that data. So you look back at historic series, you're not comparing like with like. And I would agree with Mr. Pollard, you should look at the model-based estimates, and again, which the Hedney used. And again, NOMIS, in describing this claimant count, they say it does not meet the internationally agreed definition of unemployment. Estimates of unemployment are sourced from the Labour Force Survey annual population survey and modelled estimates which make use of the annual population survey. So it's not a helpful indicator at all, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pollard. Again.
Thanks, sir. And yes, I mean, one of the points I was going to make was, Mr. Donald, we've put a reference in our statement, paragraph 12, first bullet, that quotes and gives you the source for the ONS's concerns with the claimant count data. And that was before the pandemic, where it says the claimant count is not an alternative measure of unemployment for some of the reasons Mr. Donald just outlined, and as I outlined before, it's even less of a representative data set because of the reasons in the pandemic. I guess you can look at that in the context of, and I'm looking at, looking at the data now in terms of Birmingham and paragraph 11 of HD 0014, where it says that the rate at 10.8% fall, and the assumption being that it falls to 4.2%, which I would agree under the claimant count data is the level which is between 2014 and 2017. And that's where the 36,700 people coming back as labour force. But when you look at that, the vast majority of those were during the pandemic. And I just think there's a lack of alignment here when you compare table 2 and table 4, and I know we'll come to job growth later on, but a baseline projection of only just less than 43,000 jobs over the whole period out to 2040, sorry, are being apparently able to be absorbed by 36,700 people coming back into work as of today. I mean, that just highlights to me that you're not equating one usefully, consistently at the same point of time. The claimant count data clearly includes people who were not unemployed. It could be worth, seeking a chart which just compares. So you've got consistency and up-to-date figure 32 from the Headner for Solihull and the comparative data set for Birmingham. So you at least are able to compare the two consistently.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, just one final point, and then I think we'll take a break. We just wanted to deal with this issue of the match between the kind of jobs that are intended to be created at UK Central and the skills and experience of those intended to fill those. And again, we're I suppose focusing particularly on areas outside of Solihull, and I suppose probably particularly in terms of Birmingham as a significant factor here. But just in terms of the concern that some participants have about perhaps a mismatch or a lack of evidence in terms of the match between the two. So I'll bring Mrs. Williams back in because you had a particular point to make on that. If you wish to come in now, Mrs. Williams.
Hello, sorry, I didn't have a particular point. It was a question as to whether that is indeed a fair assumption, considering the kind of jobs that will be created at UKC, compared to the assumptions that are being made that they are going to draw a workforce similar to those that are currently employed at the existing employers in the area, such as NEC and the airport. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other points anyone wishes to make before I bring the council in? Mr. Sullivan from CPRE.
Yes, thank you. So yes, I was going to pick this up exactly. It really is from what Mrs. Williams asked earlier, and I do think this is important. In the Solihull Council statement at page 3, it's the map, figure 35, taken from the Headner, and para 13. You did want to look at this question. because what they say at para 13 is they talk about the location of the site and the strategic accessibility of the site, and informed by actual evidence from the 2011 census on where people working in the area live, as shown in Table 34 and Figure 35. More people working in the area live in Birmingham than Solihull, and the workforce is drawn from right across the sub-region. Now, as Mrs. Williams has pointed out, in the area that we're talking about today, which is this UK central hub, and you can argue about these various terms, there really, I think there are 6, shall we say, current major employment blocks, you could put it. There's the airport, there's the National Exhibition Centre, there's Land Rover, the Jaguar, which is to the southwest, but I think it's been counted in. There's an industrial estate west of Bicknell Lane on the other side of the railway from the airport. I can't remember the title, but that's an industrial estate. That's 4, but then there are 2 areas which have got office space, B1 use. One of the main one is Birmingham Business Park, Bicknell north of the airport. There's also a smaller one southwest of the Birmingham International Station. It used to be called E43. You know what I mean, where it's the offices squeezed into the area between the roads leading into the airport and the railway station, its car park. So those last 2 are what you would call B1 uses, office uses, whereas the other 3 or other 4 would be sort of broadly B2 uses. And so that the question is, what sort of jobs are we going to see at UK Central? Broadly, the promotion is of a major office development, B1 uses. And paragraph, you may want to look at paragraph 83 of the local plan, so which is the
Mr. Sullivan, I've lost, I think you may have turned your microphone off.
Sorry,
I missed probably the last 30 seconds or so. If you can just repeat that, please, Mr. Sullivan.
Para 83 of the local plan, sir.
Yeah.
The paragraph about the hub framework plan and the total number of jobs projected up to 2047. It then says the floor space envisaged by 2033. And then it says the hub framework plan is a non-statutory plan which will be updated from time to time. Then there are other references which you'll be aware of, but the point I want to make is this, that in order to assess where the likely commuting is going to come from, if you take it to be the people over all of that, which includes the Jaguar staff and the people working at the NEC, often in sort of fairly low paid jobs at the NEC, you won't get the same picture as if you just find out where the commuting is from to the Birmingham Business Park and the smaller office park southwest of the station. And my impression is that there is an awful lot of long distance commuting. That's already been said by others. Gary Stevens said of Marons, no, you shouldn't be planning for that. But the truth is, to the B1 uses, to this location, which are the main the intention for the area, the commuting is going to be from a long way away. So I suppose the question, sir, for you is whether you, in advising the council on the soundness of the plan, ask for more information or more assessment of where the actual commuting is likely to be from, particularly taking the office uses, and those 2 are definable. That is the Birmingham Business Park and then the office park south of the station. But because what you have, and I mean this is what a lot of discussion has been this morning, is that people who work at the airport and the sort of exhibition halls at the NEC may well be coming from Birmingham, and that's probably why it does meet a large requirement for employment from Eastern Birmingham. I will come back to the point much later that we don't have anybody from Coventry, so and the amount of jobs that will be taken here for people living in Coventry, we don't know. But I hope that's a general point that's useful. If you start with the figures in the plan at point 80, para 83, and as I say, figure 35, which is page 3 of the council statement today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Okay, thank you. Unless there are any other specific points in relation to this issue of the match between the type of jobs to be created and the skills and experience, etc., we'll take a break and then we'll come back to move on to the next bullet point, which I just wanted to raise the question about the consistency with the approach as far as the impact on Solihull residents is concerned. So I haven't no one else has their hand up to speak. Okay, so we'll take a break. It's 11:20, so if we can return at 11:45, thank you. As I said, if you can stay in the session, it makes it easier, but if you make sure your cameras and microphones are off during the session, we'll resume at 11:45. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll resume the session at this point. Again, can I just check with Kelly that you can see and hear me okay, please?
Yes, I can see and hear you.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. The next point I wanted to deal with relates to the assumption about the 25% approximately of the additional jobs being filled by Solihull residents. I just wanted, again, probably Mr. Ireland, just to, if you can explain the rationale behind any calculations there. I suppose the key question is, has a similar approach been taken in terms of any labour force being provided by currently unemployed people in Solihull, or are we in effect talking about all of that additional jobs growth, or the 25% of the additional jobs growth for UK Central, translating almost directly into housing need? Is there some assumption built in there, Mr. Ireland?
So thank you. Yes, I mean, I think the position, sort of summarising it from the headnote, is that you've got a baseline scenario for jobs growth that sits some way below the standard method, with the 25% of those UK Central jobs being taken by Solihull residents. That has a modest upward impact on housing need and takes you from the 807 to the 816, the 816 figure, sir. I think the wider point probably to make that it's appropriate to make at this point is that clearly the 816 figure, though, isn't the requirement, and you have a higher requirement of 938 a year. And that will support further labour supply growth within the borough. So as we see it, the requirement figure in the plan provides the potential labour force that could meet 46% of that UK Central jobs growth.
Okay, so just trying to compare the situation regarding assumptions about what happens in Solihull and what happens elsewhere. There's various references, and I'm looking at HD 006 to the figure of 132 dwellings per annum, and that's explained to be the difference between the 816 figure and the 684 figure. So the 684 figure, as you say, is derived from baseline employment growth. The 816 figure is derived from anticipated growth, which includes UK Central. So the difference of 132. Is it the case that therefore that all of that additional jobs growth, or the 25% of that additional jobs growth, has been translated over into housing? And is that a different approach than you're advocating as far as elsewhere, for example, Birmingham, where there isn't a translation into housing growth? Those jobs will be filled by existing and future capacity in terms of unemployment and other workforce growth, etc. So in terms of Solihull, is there anything factored in there to make an assumption that at least some of that job growth will be filled by those currently unemployed, for example, in Solihull?
So as we've worked through in terms of Solihull, there isn't an assumption on a reduction in unemployment, but obviously, you know, that's something that's been considered as part of the methodology, as that's considered in other areas. There is available labour, you know, of a pool of unemployment that can contribute. So there isn't a methodological difference in the way that this has been approached in different in different areas. The circumstances are just different.
I appreciate that, but in terms of the current position that the council takes, and in terms of explaining the, as you say, the lack of unmet need which might be passed on, from what you just said, is it just again to confirm? So, as far as the 25% of the additional jobs growth which has been allocated to Solihull, as it were, that's been translated fully into additional housing need, whereas the council's position in relation to the 75% of the jobs growth is it's not been translated into housing need, or shouldn't be translated into housing need anywhere else. Is there not an inconsistency in that approach then?
No, sir, there's not, because the starting point, if I take the first part of what you described there, is that there's an additional housing need generated from this from UK Central. Well, there's two components to this, aren't there? A proportion, the substantive proportion of that that component of the employment growth at UK Central, which is expected to be taken by Solihull residents. The majority of that is accommodated within the standard method numbers. There's no, and it's only the 9 additional, which is an additional on top of that. Now, when you run exactly the same process in other areas, you don't get that additional component. It's just subsumed within the base housing need assumptions. So there's no inconsistency in approach in those terms.
Okay, I understand that, but just in simple terms, there is, if you take the baseline forecast and what that would equate to as far as dwellings, that would come out at 684. The additional growth, so it's as the council says in its note, it's the key difference here is the difference between baseline job growth scenario and UK Central job growth scenario, and the difference is 132 dwellings per annum. So there's been a specific increase in the dwelling number relating to that additional jobs growth for UK Central. But the position you take as far as Birmingham and elsewhere is that there shouldn't be an increase in any dwelling number. It will be absorbed by capacity in the workforce. Is that correct?
No, sir. I mean, it's a case of what we're looking at. There is a difference between a baseline position and a baseline economic position in the UK, the position with UK Central. But what we're fundamentally comparing that against is the standard method figure. And the question that we're dealing with is whether there is an additional housing need relative to the standard method as the baseline in this or other areas. And that's looked, that question has been, we've looked at that question in respect of Birmingham, based on the Black Country evidence, and in respect of Solihull. And what the evidence indicates is a modest impact in Solihull and on housing need, and an adjustment of 9 dwellings per annum, comparing one scenario, the economic scenario, relative to the standard method scenario, and no impact in other areas.
Okay. Okay, any other participants wish to come in on that particular point? I suppose the consistency between the approach within Solihull and elsewhere. Mr. Pollard.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, I guess in terms of the question, that the assumptions elsewhere are dependent on a judgment being made on those authorities being able to meet their needs, though. I think there's, that perhaps is something we get to later on in the agenda, but in terms of, that there is an assumption, inherent assumption. I'm not sure it's within the gift of this examination to judge whether those will be met elsewhere. but just as an observation, if following the conversations just before the break, the unemployment wasn't taken to be accommodated in Birmingham, i.e. it was the same approach as used in Solihull, you can compare the same approach that you've been asked in terms of Solihull, table 1, suggesting a labour force gross, this is in HD 0014, labour force growth of 76,100, compared to, and then table 4, a growth scenario, noting we're talking about a growth scenario in Solihull of 82,200 jobs. Now that would imply that, again, there is additional homes needed to accommodate additional job demand in Birmingham if you're comparing those two figures. Otherwise, you are requiring Birmingham to deliver a level of housing above that existing level. So again, it's the consistency point is that if you applied the consistent approaches across the two areas, then it's still not clear where the additional homes are definitely going to be accommodated to enable the jobs generated through this plan to be sustainably met.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no other points anyone wishes to make on that specific item? Okay. Okay, thank you. If we can move on then to look at other factors which may affect the labour supply in other places. Again, probably focusing on Birmingham because we have some detailed evidence in relation to that. So again, Mr. Ireland, if you can just, moving on from the specific issue of unemployment and the capacity there to increase the workforce, other aspects of the analysis which would suggest that there can be an increase in the labour supply. Can you take us through those points, please?
So yes, the labour supply is simple analysis of demographic modelling related to different scenarios for housing need, set out in table of table 1 of HD 14. And so you see in table 1 that the BDP housing need, the 4450 figure, would result in a growth of economically active people of 76,100. And the standard method, the higher standard method figure, 6740 dwellings per annum, would result in growth in an economically active population of 138,500. I would just also draw attention, I know we talked about unemployment, but to paragraphs 14, 15, and particularly 16. And 16, the East Birmingham Inclusive Growth Strategy specifically identifies concentrations of deprivation and unemployment in that area, and sets out a framework and actions for investment in transport, education, skills, and so forth to allow unemployed residents to access employment opportunities that are created. And so you've got the link to the document in the footnote there. I think it's particularly, I'd particularly refer you to page 30 within that. I'm sure we don't need to run through it in detail now, but that sets out in some detail essentially the strategy that the City Council has for looking at those issues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So if we can just turn to table 1 in HD 014, as you say, it looks at two housing needs scenarios, and then, as you say, kind of works through a process of looking at changing economically active people, presumably based on those number of dwellings and what effect that has on the population. Just taking the BDP housing need figure of 4,450, just to clarify that that was established as the housing need. It wasn't what was actually accommodated in the Birmingham plan, was it, Mr. Ireland?
Correct, sir.
So as far as I understand, the BDP is actually based on provision of 2,550 dwellings per annum. So there's a significant shortfall between that figure of 4,450 and what's actually provided for in Birmingham, hence the issue of unmet need from Birmingham up to 2031. So is it reasonable to assume that that figure of 4,450 is going to be delivered in Birmingham when it's the adopted plan says it's not?
So, well, that's not the question that the paper's addressing. The question is the discussion we had last time, that there would be an upward impact on housing need arising from UK Central, and so the paper is addressing that specific question.
Yes, but correct me if I'm wrong, but Table 1 starts from a point of view of a number of dwellings, and in this case 4,450. Presumably that works through into the implications for population dynamics in Birmingham, because ultimately the figure you give, 76,100, I think is related to the potential labour supply in Birmingham, but that's not going to be the labour supply in Birmingham because that amount of housing is not being delivered. A significant proportion of it is going to be delivered elsewhere. Is that not the case?
So yes, that is the case, but equally there have been a range of contributions as are set out in the various statements of common ground between authorities across the housing market area that are made to addressing that shortfall, and so those numbers in the main, and the workforce growth associated with them are being provided for in other areas.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. I mean, but I think the paper HD014 would seem to me to suggest that it reaches a conclusion about the potential labour supply in Birmingham, does it not? Not in other areas.
Yes, sir, but the conclusion at paragraph 24, the conclusion of the note, there is no upside impact on housing need in Birmingham using either the BDP need assumptions or the standard method. So I think the conclusions flow from the analysis which precedes it, and is quite clear that we're talking about housing need here, not an issue of the BDP housing requirement.
Yes, but sorry if I'm not making myself clear. You've calculated what you consider to be the change in the economically active population in Birmingham, but that is based on a housing figure which is not being delivered. Is that not the case? So I suppose, put it another way, would it not be more appropriate to look at the change in the economically active population in Birmingham based on the amount of housing that's actually being planned for, which is much less than that?
So it could be, but then equally you would have to look at that so on a similar basis across other areas, because there are other authorities that are making contributions to meeting that unmet need and supporting workforce growth in their areas. And so Solihull is already making a contribution which will support additional workforce growth above the 25% in this authority. Other authorities equally within the housing market area are doing likewise. The paper is simply answering the question about that arose from the previous hearing session about a question about whether UK Central would result in an additional unmet need and would contribute to essentially a growth in the scale of unmet need across the housing market area. So that's the question that the paper is seeking to address.
Appreciate that. I'm just wondering whether it has. I mean, it concludes by talking about the potential labour supply in the city, i.e., Birmingham City. My question is that assumption correct? If you've based the assumption on the scale of housing which is not being delivered in Birmingham, it's being partly delivered elsewhere, including in Solihull. So I suppose my point is that when calculating the change in economically active persons, would it not have been more appropriate to take the dwelling per annum figure as what is actually in the adopted Birmingham plan. And it's a much lower figure. I appreciate the point about the shortfall being met elsewhere, but that's not what the paper talks about. It talks about the ultimately the labour supply in Birmingham City itself. So I suppose what I'm trying to say really is does this exercise overestimate the labour supply from an increase in economically active population?
Well, so I mean, I think we're slightly talking about cross purposes. That exercise that you're talking about wasn't what the paper was seeking to address. We were seeking to address the question in the terms that you put it at the previous hearing, which was one of whether this would contribute to a growth in the unmet need arising, and the evidence from both this paper and HD 006 indicates that it doesn't contribute to the growth in the unmet need, which was the point being that you were asking of us last time. This is almost I suppose a different question which this paper wasn't seeking to interrogate.
I appreciate that, but I'm just trying to use what we have, and as far as I can see, the paper HD 014, I appreciate it may well have been produced for other purposes, etc., but it does provide a position, I suppose, as far as what you consider to be the pool of labour force in Birmingham, and one element of that is the increase in economically active population, and that is derived from a dwelling figure which is not being delivered. It's not in the adopted plan. Because ultimately this paper concludes that there is a significant surplus labour supply, in effect, way more than adequate to meet, even if all of the jobs growth were to be taken up by Birmingham residents. It would be, in your view, way in excess of that. So I'm just trying to unpick how you get to that conclusion, really, and the figures that lie behind it. One of the key figures is labour supply, isn't it? Sorry, economically active persons, rather. Yeah.
So I mean, the conclusion is that, as set out at paragraph 24, that there is essentially the assumption that 75% of the workforce could be drawn at UK Central could be drawn from Birmingham, and Birmingham's housing need calculations without having an upward impact on the scale of housing need within Birmingham or within the housing market area, the housing market area as a whole. It's addressing that issue. Now, in a sense, because of the nature of and the evolving and changing nature of agreements about figures around unmet need and how that's then distributed to other areas, it just isn't practical to look at a Birmingham need, a constrained Birmingham need position, without also taking into account the contributions that have been made to meeting that in a range of other areas.
Okay, I'm just trying to take the notes HD 014 at face value, Mr. Ireland. Two essential inputs into the calculation of what the labour supply is. That is the change in economically active population and the reduction in unemployment. You add those two together, you get the total potential labour supply. And then in table 5, you then take away evidence about labour demand, and you get a figure with surplus labour. The conclusion being that the surplus pool of labour is way in excess of even if all of the additional 75% of jobs were met by people in Birmingham. So I'm just trying to go back in terms of what makes up those figures, and I'm questioning whether the labour supply figure, the first component of it, change in economically active persons, is a reasonable one, because clearly the Birmingham Development Plan is not based on providing 4,450 dwellings per annum. Okay, perhaps I've exhausted that point, unless you have anything else to respond on that, Mr. Ryman. Yeah, okay. I mean, following on from that, as a similar theme, the other, I appreciate you if you've looked at this as far as a range, and you've come up with a range figure, but the second scenario is the standard method, local housing need, again, presumably for Birmingham, 6,750 dwellings per annum. As you said before, you know, no one can predict what may or may not happen in future iterations of the Birmingham plan, but on the basis of what we've been told, and clearly the position that Birmingham City Council take, and I think there's a degree of acceptance from others, that it's unlikely, probably very unlikely, that Birmingham will be able to meet within its own boundaries that scale of housing need. So again, is there any realism in looking at the standard method scenario as far as the change in economically active people likely to happen in Birmingham?
So we think so, yes, because it's a question of whether there is an upward impact on the scale of housing need in Birmingham or the housing market area.
But that scenario, the standard method scenario, would assume that that level of housing will be met within Birmingham itself, which doesn't seem to be likely, does it?
No, but the point is, it doesn't add to the housing need, and therefore, you know, as we're, you know, as the authorities work, you know, together through duty to operate to meet needs, it's answering the question about whether there's an impact of this in those terms, whether there's a higher housing need than the standard method, which should be planned for, which which there isn't. So there's. Otherwise, there's a danger of double counting. Yeah. So this is the point. You know, otherwise, the real risk is that we get into a situation where there's a level of double counting. That's what this is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep this simple. I mean, we have in table 5 a basic calculation there where you take estimated labour supply, you take estimated labour demand, and that leaves you with surplus labour, i.e. the surplus labour that can fill the additional jobs, or at least to some extent the additional jobs at UK Central. My point is, if the calculation of the labour supply is not realistic, because it's based on partly based at least on an unrealistic scale of housing development that's expected in Birmingham City itself, it's going to change the figures, isn't it, in simple terms?
So yes, but I mean, equally there are contributions that, for the reasons I've explained, that are made, and the authorities within the HMA are working to meet those needs, and then redistributing the needs. That workforce growth is continuing to be generated within the housing market area as a whole. So there's no impact in those terms on the overall scale of housing need.
Yes, but if we relate this back to commuting patterns, clearly Birmingham at 36.5%. If you take the table 34 from the head now, Birmingham is the key component in the supply, the potential supply of labour force, isn't it? So it's Birmingham where the labour force predominantly needs to be. Other areas, yes, would appear to have some contribution, but they're in the low percentages. So that the key factor here is the potential available workforce in Birmingham. I'm just trying to establish what a realistic figure for that is. Okay, perhaps we've exhausted that particular point. Okay, any other participants want to come in on that point in terms of the particularly table 1 in HD 0014? No. Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
yeah.
sir. Can I just, sorry, Mark Andrews from the council. Sorry.
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Andrews. Yeah.
Just wanted to raise a brief point, if I may, and just focus on the standard method a little bit on this point, because I worry that we're almost starting to try and unpick what Birmingham may or may not do with their local plan review process. Because I think, given the stage that that's at, I think we have to be very careful that we don't preempt where they might go through consultation, where their evidence base may take them, where their land supply position may take them, because we haven't seen that level of evidence and we haven't had those opportunities to comment on through consultation process or the plan be examined. So I think what the note HD 014 does with using the standard method as a housing need figure in table 5, I think that's almost the focal point, I suppose, because that's suggesting that going forward, there is a set of figures there for Birmingham from 2020, I think it is, that will provide more than enough workforce or labour supply in order to meet the jobs growth associated with UKC from that aspect. So going forward, as terms of how the Birmingham plan evolves, there is then that opportunity for that to feed through that evidence base, and therefore there isn't an additional housing need associated with that. That's something the Birmingham plan can absorb and will deal with, and that's something that Birmingham, I think, as a council, are supportive of, because it feeds into their East Birmingham strategy, which Mr. Ireland's already noted, which again is another part of the Birmingham plan's evidence base. So it's about creating that consistency and evidence base for Birmingham going forward. But it feels like it's not for our plan to kind of get into that level of detail, if that makes sense.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the key question, really, which is the point the council make in principle that the jobs growth at UK Central is not going to create additional housing demand in Birmingham or elsewhere. And a key part of that rationale is that there's a labour force in Birmingham which will absorb that jobs growth. I'm just trying to understand how we get to that figure and what the basis of it is. And I suppose a simple point, as I said before, the realism of Birmingham meeting all of its identified needs within its own areas. Is it possible just to bring the representative from Birmingham City Council in, Mr. Dunn, I think it is today, just to get your take on that if possible. Then I'll bring Mr. Cannick in afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Just trying to work technology.
It's okay.
Yeah, in terms of what's been said, I think Birmingham City Council would agree. The baseline figure for Birmingham derived from the standard methodology. Obviously, the at the moment is that we still wouldn't be able to meet that. But I guess fundamentally, we will be required to establish through the duty to cooperate where that housing need will be delivered across the HMA. So that housing need, whilst it might not be delivered within Birmingham, will be delivered across the HMA. And any increase in that obviously will contribute to Birmingham's overspill on what needs to be delivered across the HMA. So in that respect, I agree with the points that Mr. Andrews has made.
So if you can just stay on there, Mr. Dunn, I suppose just the first part, and I don't want to, and I'm not able to, and I'm sure no one is, preempt what will happen with the Birmingham development plan in the future, etc. But our understanding of your position and to some degree an acceptance in a wider audience that Birmingham is going to struggle at least to accommodate its own housing needs. Your position is that you are extremely unlikely to be able to meet the full local housing need that will be derived for Birmingham, and you're going to be reliant on other authorities to take up some of that. Is just to confirm that first of all.
Yes, I mean, obviously we haven't reached issues and options stage yet. We are undertaking work to look at our urban capacity, but purely based on the fact that our figure is now, our standard methodology figure is considerably higher than the objectively assessed housing need that we were trying to accommodate in the last plan, and we couldn't accommodate all of that. And based on our current delivery, which is ahead of the trajectory for the adopted BDP, but is probably at best in the region of 2/3 of our standard methodology figure, we conclude that we have enough evidence to suggest we won't be able to meet all of our local housing need. However, at the moment we don't know what the shortfall will be, and we haven't started those discussions around how it will be accommodated within the HMA, other than just flagging the issue that we are going to be looking to our neighbours to help us accommodate that need.
Okay, and just on that point then, if you expect to have to rely on neighbouring authorities or other authorities in the HMA to meet some of that need, just bringing it back to Solihull's Headnar and this issue about where the people who fill the jobs will live. So the Headnar is clearly based on a significant proportion, 36.5% being of those jobs being filled by Birmingham residents. If Birmingham's housing need is distributed or partly distributed elsewhere, that breaks that connection, does it not, between the location of housing and the jobs growth, etc. Not sure that makes sense, but you see the point. I mean, it's the 36.5%. If you break the relationship between that scale of commuting and additional housing that's built in other authorities which don't have the same connection with Solihull, it changes the pattern as far as commuting is concerned. Surely,
it does make sense, but I think it's not possible to draw those conclusions until we know how much growth Birmingham can accommodate and where the remaining growth will be accommodated within the HMA. Obviously, we've heard about the fact that Birmingham has a pool of available labour in terms of our unemployment data, and we will be obviously delivering as much as we can of Birmingham's housing need within Birmingham City Council's area, so that will contribute to that pool of labour.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So if I can just bring in a representative from North Warwickshire, is it Mr. Barrett? Mrs. Barrett, sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name's Dorothy Barrett. I'm the forward planning manager at North Warwickshire Borough Council, and it was just a couple of points really. You've seen our representation to this matter, but it was just really to say that our concern is that where does the music stop, so to speak, and that we need some flexibility within the Solihull plan in order to make sure that by the end of their plan period, that if things don't go to plan elsewhere in all these other authorities, including ourselves, I mean, we've already taken 3,700 odd homes for the greater Birmingham area up to 2033. But that's only a small number of the shortfall. And so if we are adding more to that shortfall, that is our real concern, that we're just moving the marker across into another area, and where does it stop? And that's just our concern. And if Birmingham are saying that they can absorb all of this labour growth, then when they come to their own local plan and want to have growth in employment, well, where does that then go? And it's as if it's got a ripple effect outwards, and that's all that I'm concerned about, sir, and to make sure that that is considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Cannock.
Thank you, sir. I've got, I think, your point, which I think you've tried to make tolerably simple, which is ultimately, if I get to table 5, if I'm not meeting the standard method figure, I'm not going to have the surplus labour. Now, I think in fairness to Mr. Ireland and the council, sir, I think I've got a concern which echoes to a certain extent Mark Andrews' point as a partial response to your question, which is about a proportionate evidence base. Because again, if I just take you back to our note and paragraph 15, it's worth just recalling again, the issue was about this expression, unmet need of 379 dwellings, and the work that's been done has been focused on that question. And our case is that's not a housing need, which needs to be met by other authorities. At paragraph 18, it says it's just the difference between the housing need that would be theoretically be generated by Solihull if 100% of the jobs at UK Central were taken by Solihull residents, and the housing need generated on the basis that 25.3% of the jobs are taken by Solihull residents. Now, if I look at HD 14 and Appendix 1, Mr. Ireland's point is, if I look at Birmingham, there is no increase to the Birmingham housing need. So that corroborates the points that are being made in or around paragraph 18. Your point is, yes, but they might not meet their housing need. And so there's an unmet need for other authorities. Yes, that's right, there may be. But I think the important point is, but it's not an increased unmet need as a result of UKC. So to answer North Warwick's point, we're not adding to the shortfall. The 379 is not an unmet need to be met by other authorities. And so then the next level of analysis that you've been testing with Mr. Andrews and the Birmingham representative is asking, well, if Birmingham doesn't meet their standard method, where may it go? And I think that that's where Mr. Andrews' point and mine so respectfully is, well, that's not for us to answer. We've got an unmet need from Birmingham, which we are seeking to address, but it's outside the scope of this inquiry and outside the scope of this examination for us to answer that point. The point is, UKC adds nothing to that next level of analysis that Birmingham need to go through in understanding what proportion of that they can meet themselves.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I was attempting to keep it simple, Mr. Kinnock, but yeah, I mean, I suppose again, perhaps just reiterating it, the simple point really was just how we get. I appreciate what you've just said about, you know, the scope of the examination and what may or may not happen in Birmingham, but just in terms of an analysis of what the relationship is as far as Birmingham is concerned between the labour supply and the labour demand, because ultimately table 5 of that document concludes that there is fairly significant surplus labour, and therefore that leads on to the conclusion that even if all of that extra jobs growth, all of the 75% jobs growth, which isn't actually being suggested, but even if it was the 9,700, that can be absorbed by that surplus labour. So that's the key point. How we get to that point is reliant on several steps, and the first step is to look at you know, the increase in economically active people. My point really is that a realistic scenario to feed in there, given that the needs identified in the adopted Birmingham plan are not being met in Birmingham, and certainly from Birmingham City Council's point of view, it's extremely unlikely that an increased housing need figure from the standard method will be met entirely within Birmingham. So I'm just raising the question there. I mean, we'll leave it there. I think we've probably dealt with that as much as we can in the context of the hearing. Thank you, though. Okay. Yeah, if I can just bring Mr. Ireland back in, hopefully then. So just working through the note HD014, we've got the change in economically active population. I've got some queries about that. We've got the reduction in unemployment, which we dealt with before. In essence, then that gives us a total potential labour supply ranging from 112,800 to 180,100. On the other side of the equation, labour demand, Mr. Ireland, if you could just explain the background to those figures in Table 4 particularly, please.
Yes, so thank you. As set out in paragraph 21, this is based on the evidence for the emerging Birmingham HEDNA, which is the baseline projection is an up-to-date forecast from Cambridge Econometrics, who have been working with Iceni as part of the preparation of that HEDNA. What the growth, and that's 43,700 jobs to 2040. What the growth scenario is informed by is an interrogation of that that baseline assessment, together with consideration of the potential for stronger growth in certain sectors, as set out. Principally, the key sectors in which that scenario sees stronger growth include manufacturing, construction, and sort of business and professional services. And that's informed by dialogue between the consultancy team and the City Council, together with a wider stakeholder engagement, including discussions with LEP, with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Combined Authority, with West Midlands Growth Company, to sort of essentially interrogate and test growth potential within Birmingham. Now, that doesn't mean that that's a preferred scenario. Essentially, the two scenarios set out a range within which economic growth could arise. Thank you.
Okay. So just to clarify, that Table 4 scenarios for labour demand, jobs growth. So those figures there, the baseline and the growth scenario, they would not include jobs growth at UK Central because it's outside of Birmingham. But presumably the wider analysis will presumably take into account the implications of UK Central and what that means for growth and economic prospects in the area.
The wider analysis within the HEDNA or within the note?
Sorry, within the HEDNA. I mean, it's I suppose two questions. Just to clarify, the figures there, the jobs growth estimates, that's jobs growth within Birmingham as a workplace. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So that wouldn't factor in the jobs growth in Solihull in UK Central. Yeah. But on a wider point, presumably the analysis of economic forecasts, etc., will be factoring in the implications of UK Central, just in terms of its wider economic benefits, etc.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, sir. And clearly, looking at this issue as part of preparing this paper, we've looked very closely at those types of issues. Those don't feed. That doesn't feed. That feeds into jobs growth in Solihull.
Yeah.
And potential jobs for Birmingham residents outside of the area. I mean, I suppose fundamentally where this is getting to is, when you compare labour supply and demand, you've got a potential pool of residents, Birmingham residents, for which you need to find jobs, and UK Central is based on the scenarios and the scale of housing growth set out. UK Central could contribute to providing those jobs that are needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that takes us on as we've raised before, table 5, which brings all this together. So again, under 2 scenarios, the BDP housing need and the standard method housing need, which I suppose gives us a range there, or 2 scenarios at least. Again, labour demand is based on a range, and in effect we end up with in both cases significant pool of surplus labour. And as paragraph 24 goes on to point out that's significantly in excess, even if that all of the 75% of the additional jobs at UK Central were to be filled by Birmingham residents, that there is, in your view, quite significant capacity in the workforce to accommodate that. Therefore, the ultimate conclusion is that it won't lead to any upward pressure on housing demand in Birmingham. Just, I suppose, to clarify that, Mr. Ireland.
Yes, sir. That's correct. Yeah, as Mr. Cannock put it, we're not. This issue is not adding growth. Jobs growth at UK Central is not adding to the shortfall.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Pollard.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate going back to the points made earlier by the council that we're not examining Birmingham's plan here, but where it refers to these growth scenarios, obviously we have relatively limited information. Just an observation I would make, and I think there's links back to this point around the assumptions around unemployment improvement as well. Whilst I'm not questioning the work that's gone into develop that growth scenario, it must be noted that at just over 4,000 jobs a year, it's quite modest against the level of jobs which have been created in the last 10 years in Birmingham, which are about 5,000, just short of 5,200 jobs per annum. Now that obviously includes a period up to the 2020 base point, which I think the council has concerns around significant job losses. So quite strong levels of job growth over that period. And also, I guess, and I'm sure this will be self-evident in the evidence when it's published, but it's not clear how it aligns either with the combined authorities' stated job ambitions of 500,000 jobs, etc. I'm not sure how Birmingham's share there in terms of either the baseline or the growth is demonstrably proportionate to that ambition. But appreciate there are probably questions beyond this, but just to highlight some concerns really around the extent to which we can rely on those growth scenarios for the purpose of today.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Austin Fell.
Thank you, sir. It's just building again on the points that Mr. Pollard's just made, and the very early stages of work of the Birmingham plan and the reliance that we can place on the information in this note. It does seem in some ways a little bit perverse that England's second largest city seems to be such a net exporter of potential sort of labour capacity given its role and status in the area. But just to sort of add 1 or 2 other numbers into the context here, we see the sort of range presented by the council between 43 and 82. Just to note again, we sort of do observe, as we have in the past with the calculation of OEN, quite a high degree of volatility when we start looking at econometric forecasts. But just to note that the Cambridge forecast presented here perhaps different than those of the Solihull Hedner, which uses experience. So there may well be a degree of difference in the methodology in which those two have been presented. The Birmingham plan, because we are talking again about numbers within the adopted plan, doesn't sort of present any hard and fast job numbers. It's more linked to employment growth targets. But for your reference, paragraph 4.8 of the Birmingham plan, there is an indication there that over the plan period 2011 to 31, there's an expectation of 100,000 jobs being created. Now, quite clearly, this is a slightly different plan period, but it's again just helping frame our understanding of job growth in Birmingham over that time. And I'm sort of led to this sort of similar conclusion, I think, that there is perhaps a bit of disparity between the two approaches, and perhaps the pool of labour is likely to be a lot lower than the council are suggesting. But so again, this is perhaps another matter for the Birmingham plan when that's taken forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just Mr. Allen, just if you can just clarify something for me in paragraph 3 of HD 014, it's looking at the I suppose it's trying to quantify the scale of jobs growth in Birmingham. Just looking at that, you refer in that paragraph 3 to UK Central 31.7% come from Birmingham. Is that correct, or should it be 36.5% looking at table 34 of the heading?
So the Solihull heading will be the correct figure.
Yeah, okay. Just so if that's the case, if you accept that, I think the figure of jobs growth of 4,100 in Birmingham, that would be incorrect then.
So if you give me a few minutes, I'll check.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming that you've calculated 31.7% of the 12,998, and it should have been 36.5%, which gives a figure higher. Perhaps if you can, yeah, if you can confirm that as we're dealing with other matters, and if there is an updated figure that you can give me. Okay, I mean, obviously, from your perspective, when we get down to table 5 and the conclusions that it's insignificant, it would be insignificant because there's a significant pool of surplus labour way in excess of that. Anyway, it'd be useful just to have the figures clarified if you can. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, okay. I was going to move on to the implications if there were upward pressure on housing needs in Birmingham or the Black Country. I'm obviously very clear in terms of the council's position that there won't be unmet need emanating from Solihull elsewhere. I'm conscious of the people's views on it. Is there any particular points anyone wishes to make? I'm particularly thinking of the other relevant authorities. I mean, I've seen the responses to HD 006, and I note, I suppose to some extent, some of the authorities are taking the view that it's up to us as inspectors to reach conclusions in terms of all of this evidence. But are there any particular points that either any of the other local authorities wish to make as far as the potential implications if there was an increased pressure on housing need elsewhere? Yeah, Ms. Dunn. Sorry, Ms. Ross. Yeah, from Black Country Authorities.
Good morning. Yes, just to say that I think we would agree with Solihull and Birmingham councils that job creation does not necessarily result in additional need for housing, as local housing need will support a level of workforce growth, and that we will be commissioning additional evidence to support the publication version of the Black Country Plan, which is due summer this year, to address the potential impact of UK Central and other potential economic growth projects on the Black Country workforce in the context of the Black Country Plan housing requirement. However, until that work is completed, we just cannot know the impacts. So we'll be commissioning evidence to look at that impact in the context of our publication plan. But at this stage, we don't have the evidence.
Okay, so taking things at face value from the council and in relation to Birmingham City Council's work, as things stand, you're not raising any strong concern about potential unmet need emanating from that jobs growth?
I think it's fair to say that the impact would be less on the Black Country. I think the figures in the Headner in terms of the proportion of commuting were substantially lower for the Black Country authorities than for Birmingham. So we'd anticipate a lower impact, but of course we have to take all that in the round in the context as the previous discussion has highlighted, in the context of what the actual housing supply we're proposing through the Black Country Plan, what the housing requirement will actually be, rather than our need figure, because we're at an advanced stage. So for publication, we will know exactly what our housing supply will be in the Black Country. So we need to further analyse the workforce implications, taking into account our own economic growth plans, etc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dittman from North Warwickshire, is it?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Right
there. Yes, sir. Just to clarify that point you of Warwick. This.
I'm struggling to hear you, Mr. Dittman. Your signal's breaking up a bit. I don't know if...
Sorry, sir. To a different microphone.
Okay.
Is that better, sir?
Is that better, sir?
It's much better, yeah.
Thank you. I'm now acting as Dorothy, just in case you need to know, sir. Yeah. I note the earlier points just made regarding South and the Birmingham area.
Sorry, can I just stop you? You're getting feedback. I think it might be you've left the microphone on you.
Could you just mute it there? Thank you, sir.
That's better, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. This just reinforces some of our concerns that we had raised earlier. I do understand the point just made regarding the further work that's going on and the need for further evidence. But from North Warwickshire's point, we already do have a significant amount of evidence, and our recent adopted local plan included a report. This was the GL Hearns Woods report on the Greater Birmingham HMA Growth Study. That was February 2018. We've been very proactive in accommodating Birmingham's needs, and as you are aware from Dorothy's earlier point, we have accepted 3,790, or 10% of the shortfall as was identified at that point. But as a consequence of that, and because of the infrastructure issues the borough is currently under, it was made quite clear that beyond that 3,790, we did not have the capacity for further future growth or further future accommodation of unmet need. And that is not just an issue for Birmingham, it's also an issue for other authorities within our area, particularly Coventry, as part of the Coventry, Solihull, Warwickshire area, because we also accepted need from Coventry, as well as an economic uplift. So my point is coming back to what Dorothy earlier said, is we would be seeking greater flexibility in those figures to be able to address that wider issue that, although I understand the HMA will be looking at the Birmingham city situation, there are quite a considerable number of us, including South Staffs, and Tamworth is another one, because we've accepted some of Tamworth's need as well, where we already know there is no capacity in Tamworth, there is no or limited capacity in South Staffs, and there is no capacity, as far as we're aware, based on our report, in North Warwickshire. And it really does raise that concern or that flag that without that additional flexibility or some additional flexibility in those figures, there will be a knock-on effect. And I think that's really where we're coming from. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. I'm conscious of the time. I think my plan would be to press on and try and finish the session before breaking again. I don't think we've got a great deal to go on with, really. So we will press on. If we get to a certain point and it's dragging on, then we will take a break. But I think I'd like to press on and try and conclude the session before we finish for a lunch break. Okay. Moving on to the question again, coming back to the council. Really, your position as far as when and how this issue should be addressed, as I understand it, and certainly having had some answers this morning being confirmed, the issues of job growth at UK Central and the wider implications for other authorities in terms of their own jobs growth, employment forecasts, and potentially housing needs, etc. I understand it to be the council's position that that's not a matter that Solihull Council can or should be required to resolve at this point in this local plan. Just, I suppose, first of all, to clarify that position, and just, I suppose, an explanation of how you see the issue or issues, where's the best place and the best time for those issues to be dealt with. So if I can bring in, not quite sure who from the council, whether it's Mr. Cannock or someone else from the council, but just really the position as to when and how this issue should be dealt with, I suppose, through the local planning process.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I'll start, and then if colleagues wish to add to that's fine. Sorry, I think our point was that at this moment in time, the evidence for us clearly indicates that there isn't going to be an upward pressure on housing need as a result of UK Central development or jobs growth at UK Central development, and therefore there won't be a wider implication in terms of housing need to be addressed as part of the Birmingham plan or as part of the wider HMA as a result of Birmingham perhaps not being able to accommodate all of their need within their own boundaries. So in that respect, we feel that at the moment the evidence base is pointing into the direction of Birmingham's plan review, dealing with that as it evolves through its respective evidence base, and therefore we feel it's that issue is largely dealt with at this stage. I think that then almost moves us on to a secondary point, which is, well, what happens then if Birmingham aren't able to accommodate all of their need within their boundary? And I think my colleague from Birmingham has expressed that may well be the case, but there is work to be done on exactly what that figure is, and there is obviously a commitment on our part, as there is the other authorities in the local in the housing market area, to engage the duty to cooperate on that aspect. And at that point, I think we would have those conversations. And I think we've discussed previously through these hearing sessions that would in itself probably form part of a review trigger or a review process of our own plan going forward, because we have to review at least every 5 years anyway, in accordance with national guidance. And that would be captured within that aspect as a fallout from our ongoing commitments through the duty to cooperate at the housing market area level. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So if I could just add to that, you've asked the question. So of course, the wider implications of jobs growth at UK Central should respectfully be addressed through this plan. That the question that you're asking, you will address it in your inspector's report quite properly. And Mr. Andrews, and you've obviously got the point about what our central case is. It depends if you then disagree with us, and it depends then on what the nature of that disagreement is as to how we might progress. Because if, for example, we've got an issue about commuting patterns, and the level of assumptions, the 25% point. And I think Mr. Donner told us that he would put it at about 38%. And Mr. Ireland told us later that actually, with the housing requirement of 9 through 8, that provides a labour force of 46% of the UKC growth. I have heard about sort of claimed methodological flaws, and I think the note makes the point that there is no legal requirement or policy framework or guidance to address these kind of points, which leaves the council with a very wide measure of discretion as to how to go about exercising its planning judgments on these points. And differences, and I have to say they're very nuanced differences between an assumption of 38% and 25%. They're very nuanced, and respectfully, Mr. Donner's approach doesn't demonstrate that the assumption that we have made is unsound, based as it is on existing patterns of travel. But nonetheless, it would be appropriate for this council to look at and monitor travel patterns as UKC develops, so that at the next review in 5 years' time, we can look back and test whether, as a matter of fact, the 25% assumption is robust or not, and the same in 10 years and 15 years. And that would then feed into what we do. So even looked at uncritically, we don't accept that these nuanced differences of judgment in an exercise which has no sort of set methodology leads to any point of unsoundness. So a long-winded answer, sir, that it's right that you look at it through this local plan. If you're with us, there are no implications, but even if you're against us, then really these are matters that should be picked up through subsequent reviews. You don't need to interrupt what we say is the very important timing requirement for this plan to be adopted, because our real concern, I think, is that there's a danger here. No one is challenging the importance of the UKC. No one is challenging the role that it will play nationally, regionally and sub-regionally in the creation of jobs. And if there was to be a serious interruption in the adoption of this local plan, then that means that the UKC will not progress in a quick fashion, and we're in danger of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So it would be a matter for a review of this local plan, but also then it would be a matter for emerging plans elsewhere. But respectfully, it's always been a matter for emerging plans elsewhere, because as Mr. Palmer started this morning by saying, this has always intended to be a development whose tentacles spread, and in particular spread to the areas of multiple deprivation. And yes, some of those areas are in North Solihull, but the greater proportion of areas of multiple deprivation are in Birmingham. And so plainly it's through others' local plans to see how they can maximise the regeneration benefits of this transformational project. So I think the answer is through the local plan, through reviews of the local plan, and also through emerging plans elsewhere. I hope that's...
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Cannett. Okay, Mr. Donner.
Thank you, sir. Yes, of course, the implications of job growth at UK Central should be addressed through this plan. They're not being dealt with elsewhere. Right now, what prospect is there of jobs created in Solihull being supported by housing growth in Birmingham, for example? There just simply isn't that certainty. 90% of Birmingham's shortfall in housing need has still not been accounted for in other local plans. Only North Warwickshire stepping up to the plate. So, and it seems to me there's very little prospect that they will be able to deliver more than they currently say they can, or certainly we have nothing before us that suggests that that would be the case. So deal with them now through this local plan, provide some certainty, and deal with them properly and in full. deal with them on the basis that Solihull takes its full share of the need that it should, which, as I said earlier, pushes their housing need above 1,000 dwellings per annum for the reasons we've stated in our hearing statements. I think the idea that 8 or 9 dwellings per annum deals with more than doubling job growth in Solihull is absurd and can't be supported. So deal with it properly, deal with it in full, and deal with it now. Keep it under review to make sure it's being dealt with, and yes, keep it under the lens of emerging plans as well. But do as much as can be done now so we can stop kicking the can down the road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kimblin.
Thank you, sir. I'll bring in Mr. Pollard shortly, but there is a number of ways in which I'd like, if I may, to respond to what's been said under this heading, starting, of course, by referring back to a substantial discussion that we had really under matter 4 as to possible approaches to any amendment to the plan. So I'm going to be very careful not to trespass on material that's already been canvassed. Your focus is under this heading on UKC, but my remarks really bleed across into the next session as well, because that deals with implications. And so what I say here in respect of UKC applies equally to the extent that there's a supply issue. Firstly, Mr. Cannock is, with respect, entirely right to deal with the question on 2 bases. If the council's right, then of course the issue doesn't really arise. And I agree with him that there is then the question, well, what happens if you're against the council? One of the solutions advanced was really, let's monitor it. Let's go to the review, because then we will have real data. So what I say in respect to that really is that where I'm sitting, that this morning has been sunny with blue skies, and I'm able to tell you definitively what the weather has been like. And that's really Mr. Cannock's point. He wants to do weather forecasting once you've already had the weather. But that's really to completely abrogate the whole purpose of forward planning. On the contrary, what we need to do is to engage with the forward planning process, and you do have the material to deal with that. And really, it is the framework that gives you the answer to the question, and that's why it's been so useful to deal with those points of principle right at the outset. Those points of principle say meet unmet need and look to economic consequences. And so if you are against the council in any of those respects, then to have a sound plan consistent with what's set out in particular paragraph 61 and paragraph 10 of the PPG, you can't just wait to see what the weather's like and then tell us in 5 years. It has to be dealt with. That's what the framework says. And so very much consistent with what's just been said, a review doesn't do the trick. And it's really rather similar to the point that was raised, you might remember it from Mr. Trentham in matter 4. He took us back 20 years to what was happening in a 1991 EiP, you might remember that. And at that stage, this council did in fact grapple with that issue by removing land from the Greenbelt. And so it does have to be dealt with via this plan. One further point, which is this. Of course, we're dealing here with matters in discrete sections. It's the only way the examination can manage things. But there is quite a substantial overlap with other matters in this question. And what I do just draw attention to, simply by referring to the matters, there's a substantial overlap with SEA. to the extent that you are against the council in respect of any of those matters, it may give rise to a need for further assessment in a variety of respects, and likewise may give rise to a need to look again at spatial strategy. And so assessment and strategy are also in play, as well as the ultimate vehicle for dealing with the particular issue which you may or may not find with or against the council on. So with those remarks, I now just turn to Mr. Pollard to see if he wants to develop that a little bit further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Only very briefly, I think those points very well made and build on the discussions this morning. I guess I would highlight that the evidence itself has, the Hedner, been quite helpful in its own advice at paragraph 6.44, that the council should, as far as possible, strive to achieve the delivery of new housing where the jobs are to reduce the mismatch between the location of new homes and jobs in Solihull. I think that is correctly keeping one eye on what the framework tells us to do. And you were taken earlier in HD 0014 to points around the investment in transport infrastructure, not just large big ticket national infrastructure, but also the local improvements. And again, those are, clearly you've taken some because they are going to be implemented, and they are two-way flows. And I think the point here is that, as the discussion has highlighted, both of these conurbations are expecting employment growth, are aiming for job growth, and inevitably there therefore needs to be ensuring that the housing keeps pace. And in either end, it's the most sustainable places is between the two of them. So and in that context, I know the last session deals with this, there is clearly an unmet need now. So irrespective of whether we're trying to gaze into the future around the future Birmingham plan, there is an unmet need now. So again, that's pertinent to considering that relationship between the two.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Collins from Tyler Parks.
Hello, hi, thank you, Inspector. Obviously, I'm Gail Collins, Tyler Parks, representing various clients, including those at Borsal Common Policy and the Messrs Benton and Neary, Joyce, Kendrick Holmes, Steve Lane and James McBride. I think I just want to say, after having observed the debate, that clearly there seems to be a general acceptance, but obviously not wanting to put words into your mouth, Inspector, that there are concerns over whether or not there is sufficient housing land within Solihull and elsewhere to meet the requirements arising from the new job creation at UK Central, which, as we've discussed, is a strategic, a regionally or nationally significant development. I think in terms of dealing with this, in terms of the context of the current plan, obviously I consider that the plan can continue, but perhaps it needs to have some element included in it in a policy that requires it to have an early short-term review. So, have a sort of bump these issues into a next review, but an early review of the local plan. But in terms of the current local plan and how it could be amended or modified to reflect the potential increased need in housing provision that has been discussed this morning. Obviously, on existing sites, on existing proposed allocations, you've got residential capacities listed in the policies there. So, for example, policy BC5 at Trevelyan Stud. These could be increased where there is evidence to support this and where that's been demonstrated, because I think a lot of the figures are on the sort of quite low side on these potential allocated sites. Obviously, there could also be an enabling additional housing capacity to come forward on smaller sites, for example, those less than 50 dwellings, because clearly the local plan is larger site heavy, as it were. And of course, you could review greenbelt boundaries, etc., and instead of having settlements washed over by greenbelt as you have now, for example at Tidbury Green and areas of Hockley Heath, you could actually have an inset boundary, which again would provide more housing land for you. And also just achieving more capacity coming through windfall sites. I think actually reviewing those aspects of the plan would enable a significant increase in housing provision to come through as part of this current local plan, and also open up capacity for delivering in the early years after adoption, and thus lead to an acceleration in the delivery of housing in Solihull. And I think these benefits could be achieved without leading to a delay, and ensuring outstanding matters can be left to the next early review of the local plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any more hands raised on that particular item. Okay, okay. I just want to finish off then before we close the session.
So apologies, I couldn't get my hand up in time. Can I just pick up on a couple of those points, please?
Yes, Mr. Canutt. Yeah.
Firstly, I'm pleased that Mr. Kimblin is enjoying better weather than certainly I am here in Manchester. But I just wanted to pick up a couple of points that perhaps he and Mr. Donner made there about this expression of unmet needs and what the policy requires, because Mr. Donner starts by telling us that a significant amount of Birmingham's housing need is not being met. It is worth just focusing on the policy requirements in those circumstances, because paragraph 61 of the framework simply tells us that any needs that cannot be met within neighbouring areas should also be taken into account in establishing the amount of housing to be planned for. That there isn't, and it did appear at least to be implicit in what he and Mr. Pollard were saying, that there was somehow a requirement for us to meet unmet needs, it was said. That there isn't. There's simply a requirement for them to be taken into account. And we have done that throughout. It's also worth just focusing on why Birmingham's unmet needs are not currently being met. It's because of the greenbelt constraints. And it's equally then worth bearing in mind that paragraph 137, with which you'll be very familiar, is, of course, greenbelts should be kept permanently open. And when one looks at unmet needs in the context of paragraph 35A, what a plan being positively prepared requires is a strategy which seeks to meet the area's objectively assessed needs. That is consistent with paragraph 61, which we have done, and is informed by agreements with other authorities so that unmet need is accommodated where it is practical to do so. And so it's worth just reflecting on that, sir, because picking up on your point from earlier about, well, the implications for Birmingham's need, and we've addressed that, but you appear to have 2 points about arising from Mr. Ireland's answers. The first point is it technically correct? Is Mr. Ireland technically correct that there are no implications for Birmingham's need? And we say it is, and I haven't seen any analysis which suggests that that Appendix 1 to HD 14 is not correct. So then the second point is your point, sir, about, well, is it realistic to assume that Birmingham will deliver as anticipated? Well, to answer your point here, that's not a question for this plan prior to resolving how much can be accommodated. And then it will be for local authorities to resolve themselves how much of that unmet need can be accommodated, where it is practical to do so, taking into account the requirement for green belts to be kept permanently open. And so I wasn't saying, let's just wait and see how things turn out. I was suggesting that the 25% assumption was robust. If you think it may not be robust, one of the answers may be to say, well, I'm not sure, let's monitor, because there's 2 aspects to it. One is going to whether it relates to the whether there will be a need which needs to be met by other people. But the other side to it is also a strategic planning point, which is, if in fact all of the jobs are going to Solihull, then actually it is for others to say, well, we are not capturing the benefits of this transformational growth consistent with the regional and sub-regional LIS and LEP. It wouldn't be right for Solihull to benefit from all of this economic growth. That is simply not the basis of the conception of the UKC. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sullivan from the CPRE.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, but before you finish, I just wish to reiterate that it hasn't really, this session hasn't really got to the bottom of the question, what sort of jobs would be provided at UK Central. I've given you the reference to the entry in the plan itself, para 83. There are implications there of industrial floor space and retail, but in practice, and Mr. Palmer said this more than once today, so that this is talking about a major, shall we say, high-tech advanced forms of high salary jobs, what one might call jobs in B1 use. And that does produce a different commuting pattern and source of employees than if it were to be industrial type jobs. And I just make the point again, so that this hasn't really been sorted out, because people are talking as if they would be jobs met from people in Birmingham. And yet in practice, as I said earlier, if you look at the business park element of what's there now at UK Central, the two areas I identified, those are people who come from a long way away, and the reference to commuting being from long distances is already been made. So I just wouldn't wish to finish without you thinking what sort of jobs are being proposed at UKC. I just wish to stress that. And I don't think they are, as Mrs. Williams herself asked, going to be another lot of jobs of the sort of NEC exhibition staff or airport staff type jobs. They're there now. It's not suggested there could be another tranche of those sort of jobs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens, is it from Marans?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Just coming back on a comment from Mr. Cannock, it was a wider point I was going to say to the end, but I'll perhaps make it now if I can. And he took you to references in the framework to the soundness test and whether the plan was positively prepared. The reference that the areas objectively assessed needs should be met, including unmet needs, unless it is not practical to do so or consistent with achieving sustainable development. It's 35A for reference. I think that reference to achieving sustainable development is important in this context of the discussion we've had this morning. And that's set out in paragraph 11B of the framework. And it says, just to read out, strategic policy should, as a minimum, provide for objectively assessed needs for housing and other uses, as well as any needs that cannot be met within neighbouring areas. And we know, sir, that there are unmet needs from neighbouring areas, and we know, sir, that there are councils, the other councils aren't content that this plan has done sufficiently, contributed sufficiently towards meeting those unmet needs. But there are two caveats to 11B. The first caveat is unless the applications of policies in this framework protect areas or assets of particular importance that provide a strong reason for restricting the overall scale type district development. Now, the council's response to that is this is Greenbelt, and Mr. Cannock took you to references in the framework to Greenbelt, but Greenbelt hasn't been used as a strong reason to resist growth. The plan has proposes to take land out of the Greenbelt. And the second element, sir, is where any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and enormously outweigh the benefits. So I think in our view, having regard to all the evidence and that there are sites that have been put forward to you through this process where the impacts are not adverse or not of a scale of adverse, it would be significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of meeting those housing needs, both the housing needs generated by UK Central or by neighbouring areas. And that is the test of whether sustainable development has been achieved. And we say there are sites that should be considered, that should come forward through this plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like then just to move on to item 3. I suppose originally not strictly part of the intention for the session, but it's something that's arisen in the meantime. So hopefully a relatively straightforward explanation and short discussion on it. We have now the addendum of December 2021 to the HMA position statement 3, which has been made available in the examination library. So I'll just ask the council, if possible, just to explain the basic finding of it. I mean, it seems to us, just to short circuit this perhaps a bit, the critical point here is looking at table 3 of that document, which updates the situation as far as supply. The supply baseline is concerned relative to housing need, and previously the latest version we had indicated a total shortfall of 2,597 dwellings. The total shortfall is now estimated as 6,302. So just the council's take on that first of all, please, what the implications are for that.
Thank you, sir. You've quite rightly highlighted the most relevant table in that updated position statement, and would say it's an addendum to the existing position statement rather than a wholly new one. So it follows the same format, so it can be comparable from one year to the next, and it does indeed update the land supply in the context of the shortfall created by the Birmingham Development Plan. We would note that while some authority supply has increased, for instance, Birmingham has increased its land supply again by a further 2,000. And looking at the comparison figures in the table, that's actually 16,000 additional from what the baseline position was. But of course, others have seen a decrease in their supply. And as the position statement notes, at paragraph 3, one of the principal reasons for that is the removal of occupied employment land estimates from the supply of land coming forward in the Black Country authorities. But it's still important to remember it is a snapshot in time. And as more evidence comes along, for instance, the anticipated report from the West Midlands Combined Authority on making greater use of brownfield land, that might see a change in that approach. So the council would wish this to be taken as a snapshot in time. And I know that in the debates we had around Matter 3 when it was originally discussed, we're aware that others don't think that that Solihull is making a significant enough contribution to the housing shortfall, and I don't want to sort of repeat our arguments that we've gone before, but even with that small increase in the unmet need, it doesn't shift from our position that the shortfall isn't just a matter for Solihull. It wasn't the position that Solihull would be making a contribution to deal with all of the shortfall. Others have a part to play in that, and other plan reviews coming forward. And in terms of the relationship of that to the tests in the or to the NPPF, I'd really repeat what Mr. Cannick had said as he was wrapping up the previous session in relation to our approach to paragraph 61 of the NPPF, having taken into account that shortfall, and paragraph 35A meeting that accommodated where it's practical to do so, rather than needing to accommodate all of it. And in the submissions that we'd made previously, We believe this is an appropriate strategy, and I think the change in the position statement doesn't depart from that position.
Okay, thank you for that. I take what you say about it being a snapshot, but just in terms of the overall position, we seem to have, notwithstanding the point that it is a snapshot, but we seem to have shifted from again, if you look at table 3 and table 4 and just working through the same principles in position statement 3, there would be at the moment the shortfall identified of 6,302, which does factor in already Solihull's intended contribution of about 2,000 dwellings. There's then some analysis of emerging plans, as it were, and it refers to Lichfield, Cannock and South Staffordshire. Just looking at those figures and taking into account the point that they would need to be pro-rated for up to the 2031 point, it does seem to me to move from a position where previously there was expected to be actually a surplus of supply to their moving that into a deficit. So is that fair comment that the latest information suggests that, notwithstanding the contributions from across the housing market area, there would be it'd still be a net shortfall, even taking into account emerging plans? So it does shift the basic situation, doesn't it?
It does indeed shift the position, and I'd note that there isn't a figure in that table yet for instance, the Bromsgrove plan, which is yet to come forward to make a contribution. So there are others still to come forward, and I think it's still to be established through those local plans that are listed in that table, whether and to what extent the contributions they're making over and above their own needs are towards Birmingham, towards Black Country, or a mixture of both. And I think that's still a point to come out through those plans.
Okay, thank you. Any points from others on that particular issue there, that updated information? Mr. Pollard.
Thank you, sir. And that's a helpful update from the council there. And I guess obviously the position statement being released is helpful in terms of bringing it more up to date. I guess our reflection would be that we last time round in these hearing sessions expressed fundamental concerns, if you like, as to the legitimacy of the previous position statement because of challenges, the robustness of the supply position. And it's perhaps rewarding to see the supply position come to much closer to the level that we identified in our falling short report. So obviously where it stands at 6,302, we were identifying just under 9,000. I guess one observation I would make on this as well is I'm still not convinced it's completely accurate picture for Solihull itself even. It's perhaps one to check yourself, but in terms of the estimated supply in the position statement for Solihull being 12,025, and that's set out in Appendix 1 to the statement. My reading of the trajectory to the set out in Solihull's document HD 046 V2 is that the supply by the same end year 2030-31 is 11,244. So there seems to be a discrepancy of almost 800 homes. So the position statement, including a higher figure by some 800 homes, which would obviously, if that is to be updated again, would suggest the shortfall now exceeds over 7,000 and gets close to 7,100 homes being unmet. So I think point being that certainly we foresaw this, but the council could have foreseen this increasing shortfall as well. And clearly it seems to be going in one direction.
Okay. Yeah, we'll obviously be looking at the trajectory in great detail tomorrow as far as the session is concerned there, so we'll no doubt come back to that. Okay. Don't have any more requests to speak on this item. Okay. Good. That's all the points I wish to cover. Just a final opportunity if anyone has any points to make that they haven't made already. There's no need to repeat what you've already said or reiterate things that were said in previous sessions, but just a final opportunity. Is there anything from the council's point of view that you wish to respond to or to say finally before we close this session? Mr. Canuck.
Not from me, sir. No, thank you. I'm going to go and get a Lemsip.
Okay. Okay. Hope you're feeling better soon. Okay. I'll take that as a no from people then. Thank you all very much. Appreciate moving things along fairly rapidly today, but I think we've covered everything in sufficient detail. So thank you all for contributions today. Certainly some of you will be back tomorrow. We're moving on to looking at the issue of housing supply and delivery. So as was pointed out, there's some crossover between the issues, but we'll be focusing on that tomorrow. So thank you all very much. And that brings the session today to a close. Thank you.